Into the Kaleidoscope, or The Marriage. A mushroom trip report by Gumshoe, posted to earwig.org December 8th, 2018. The voyage occurred in my room in an empty house at 7:35 in the evening. I'd recently sat for a friend's first time in this same room, and his trip had surprised me. My first two experiences had been giggly, unfocused, eminently pleasant voyages, but altogether lacking in mystical overtones or sensations of genuine meaning. My friend had laid flat on the bed for 3 hours straight, and told me he swam in a sea of light and lived the story of the evolution of life on Earth, from the first paramecium to the death of the sun. I felt I'd been missing out. I intended to replicate the particulars of his experience as best I could, which meant fasting on the day of the trip, ingesting my mushrooms powdered in juice, lying still with eyes closed and letting my inner vision take control of the trip, and listening to a continuous playlist of textured and emotionally affecting music throughout the whole thing. Stillness was not to be the way of things for me, but I did fast and I did drink my mushrooms powdered and mixed in OJ, and I did have my playlist of music on hand. I arranged my playlist to transition smoothly from one emotionally resonant state to the next, and it worked so well in defining the shape of the experience that I feel I'd be doing the trip a disservice unless I mentioned certain songs that greatly affected my perceptions during the course of this evening. The first 40 minutes after ingestion, briefly described, are here. Minor visual iridescence, restlessness, the familiar feeling of a centeredness in my head or somewhere above my head. I adjust the volume knob of my speakers often, my heart beats heavily and I try to relax. There is a rising euphoria that floats up my spine in lazy waves and I have to arch my neck to release it. I remember what I heard at the end of my last trip. You can come back whenever you want. And I know what was said is true. I'm back in this familiar state and I feel just as welcome as I ever was here. Now I am up and dancing, however I can manage. In my altered state I stumble around the room, enjoying the fluidity and musical synchrony of the movements. I lie back down again, live at Domino's T+43, and the beat sweeps me away. The bass feels like the rumbling of tectonic plates and I'm reminded of a dream where the earth spoke to me, but I could not understand it. I smile knowing it speaks my language now. The interplay of the strings and the party beat moves me, and when the song gives into the next one, Extra Kings, it occurs to me how fleeting all exuberance is, how all energy must dissipate in time and give way to the sobriety of the calmness of a quiet dawn. Neither state better, both beautiful. I get up and look at myself in the mirror. I see that I'm made out of clay, a familiar feeling from past trips. My limbs are alternately too large or too small, look like a mischievous gnome of sorts. I lie down again, I sit up. I find I can't stay still, but that's okay. As the song ends, I find myself sitting on the ground. Tea Leaf Dancers begins at T+52, and the beat enthralls me so much that I find myself crawling on the ground and nestling up against the subwoofer, curled around the wheels of my desk chair. The song rocks me back and forth, and for the first time in the night, I lose myself. The swaying female vocals are an imposing 1,000-legged spider that fills my mind's sight. She is a black figure on a piece of Greek pottery, each leg curling and uncurling with the beat. Legs extend and prod at me. I know she wants to wrap me up and consume me, but I don't mind. There is something cool and reassuring about her, something supremely feminine and irresistible. She can devour me whole if she so wants. There's nothing left of me but her and this, at T+55. I realise the room I'm in is now an alien cockpit. Some greatly dispassionate control centre I probably should not be in, and whose panels and controls I have no idea how to operate. The lights are all infinitely jewelled fixtures, and each reflective surface in my room is a switch that operates some extra-dimensional mechanism. I dare not touch anything. Every day starts at T+1 hour, and I return somewhat to myself. I open the blinds to look outside and feel disappointed by how sterile and distant the scene looks, as if I'm peering into an alcove with a plastic model set of the objects that ought to be outside my window. It occurs to me that it's been an hour, but I feel like I should be much further into the trip. I worry that maybe I did not take enough, maybe I have a tolerance, maybe I will not break through into the realms of deeper meaning I've been searching for. I fight with the idea of taking more for several minutes. I'm less with myself by this point than I suspect, because, against good judgment, I take 3 medium-sized mushrooms from a plastic bag and eat them before I can question myself. It's roughly around 1 extra dried gram, on top of the 2.4 I initially took. I can barely even taste it going down. For several minutes, I fiddle with my teeth and discover bits of mushroom that I did not swallow. The activity feels like I'm exploring a face of cliff somewhere, looking for treasure in the crevices. Melt Phase 6 starts at T plus 1 hour and 7 minutes, and I truly feel again like I am on a spaceship somewhere, and the ship and its inhabitants are not altogether kind to my intrusion. I'm on the floor again, being spun around and around by the base. I feel like it's drawing the energy out of me, funneling it off for some nefarious purpose. And again, I don't really mind. It's all the same to me. There's something dark and gleamingly seductive about it that I still can't resist. The glitchy synthesizers, as sharp, raspy commands, in an alien tongue I only wish I could understand. Frau Wav starts, and the clattering, clicking, ratcheting language swells and crescendos, beginning to wrap me up in its gilded cocoon, and I am only too eager to oblige it. I'm immobilized on the floor. There is such an otherness to the music and to its gleaming orders, and I am captivated beyond all my reckoning. The song begins to trail, and the spell weakens at T plus 1 hour and 18 minutes. I realise suddenly this will not be my fate. I stand up and spin around in my spaceship room, looking for an exit. I see my door and fumble with the knob and let myself out. The music recedes and the door closes, and I remember where and who I am. I realise somewhere along the line that I've actually taken my clothes off. One of the house cats greets me and begins rubbing on my legs. I sit down and pet her. Her fur flows like water in a stream, and petting her feels like moving my hands in accord with the current. I feel like I've stepped behind the stage for a moment, like everything I've felt so far and will feel later is the cheapest of illusions, and I found the dark, quiet truth of things here behind the coloured cardboard props. I re-enter and get swept up in the beat again, forever heavy at T plus 1 hour and 24 minutes, and immediately forget my revelation. I lie down on the bed and the cat jumps up and joins me, settling next to my head like a glob of molten pudding. She, in her tabby markings, looks like a telescoping, textured image of an Egyptian cat goddess. The fuzzy synths start to melt my body, and I can feel myself dissociating and disassembling into just so much malleable goo. Sprawled out on the bed, I feel like a bizarre cyclopic monster with arms and legs stretched out to infinity. Fractal explosions of dismembered body parts and alien visages approach and recede in visceral kaleidoscopy. It's not horrifying or disquieting, it's just very, very interesting. I see mouths spitting out other mouths that spit out other mouths. I see a cluster of eyeballs swirling like a disco ball. I play with my shape and feel what things I can be. A dog, a dinosaur, a fish, a telephone, I can honestly be anything, but none of it feels any more real than what it is. A clay model. Momentarily, I receive a blinding vision of a million jeweled ants, packed in tight formation to all horizons, swaying their antennae to the beat of the music. I lift my hands, and they are two worms, chattering to each other and gyrating with the beat. Nobody lost, nobody found, at T plus 1 hour and 34 minutes. The song comes on, and my vision changes drastically. Now I'm swimming in fireworks of explosions of Indian script, dancing Shivan apparitions and magic lamps swinging on jeweled cords. Behind them all is a permeating, almost blinding light that I find uncomfortable to behold. As the song winds down, I'm left with one last magic lamp twirling slowly on its cord with an eye set in its centre that watches me intently. Someone great comes on at T plus 1 hour and 38, and I find myself aware of the room again. My desk has transformed into the body of a great mantis mother, whose scythe-like arms wave and wend over my body not to spin webs, but as if drawing circles to ward off danger. She is an insect and strange to me, but I sense from her a great kindness. Her arms twirl in dizzy circles like the armatures on a great tilted orrery. I lose myself in the dizzy spinning, and realise moments later that I am a grub on its back, head sticking out of its nest. I click my mandibles and scent the air. I feel safe with my mother above me. The song ends, and in the silence she disappears. I crawl out of the nest searching for her, on the floor, on my arms, and my knees. I feel weak. I think I have crawled out too early, and out here it is winter and dark, and I am alone and know that I will die. Bless this morning year, T plus 1 hour and 45 minutes. I crawl hopelessly, flailing and falling and night blind, and finally collapse underneath my desk. Limbs all asplay. I struggle to move, but find I cannot. I feel the life leaving me. I am outside my insect body. I see a grand vista, the whole world clear and calm and dark blue in the first moments of early dawn. There is tundra and pine forests and far snow-capped mountains. I look now like a desiccated scorpion on its back. I feel the stillness of the rest of the world enter me and know that I have died. Is that it? Yes, that's it. Oh. I feel so much loss, but as I rise and dissipate back into the shadowed air, it dissipates with me. Inchoate, immaterial, senseless, hovering in morning stillness. I wait for the dawn. The sun breaks its head over the plains. Now I am something new. Something small again. Something freshly made. I am a rabbit blinking the birth out of its eyes and smelling things for its first time. I limp and hobble. Once again I feel weak. I feel I might die. But my rabbit mother is there beside me. I fall and she pulls me up. I falter and she pushes me forward. The song trails and I hobble out of my den and leave my mother behind. I feel I might be strong enough now to endure the world. I think I could. But the song ends, and it steals my resolve, and I fall limp on the cold dark ground again. Will this be the way of things forever? Fortet's Hands begins at T+151, and I hear my heartbeat. No, I won't fail. Tumbling piano melodies tug at me, each riff like a puppet string pulling my limbs together, setting me upright piece by piece. Every fall precedes and portends a new rising. I'm invigorated. I hop and feel the strength in my long new legs and am gracious to be alive again. Leucine ICL's jet stream begins at T+157, and suddenly I am another thing entirely. I feel the need to get back into bed. As soon as I do, I am no longer a rabbit but a long, sinuous sea thing, an eel or a dolphin maybe, and I am deep underwater on my back watching the mosaic of light glinting through the water surface above me. I swim in languorous strokes through the warm turquoise currents washing over me, and feel completely at ease. My blankets are strands of kelp that brush over my body like green silk. Water night begins at T+203, and now I am floating in the darkest and most serene of nights on top of a glass lake, possibly far underground. I'm introduced for the first time of the evening to a particular world I've had thoughts and dreams about sporadically for many years, one I don't have a name for just yet. But in this world, it is always some kind of evening. The air is thick and cool, and overhead are lights beyond reckoning. Tiny stellar pinpoints and big glowing five-armed stars against the soft purple sky, and the warmest, most luminous of half-moons amidst them all. There are oceans of grass dancing with fireflies and great bays effervescent with algae and tall broadleaf forests with paths gently lit by glowing fungus. Most of all are cities, everywhere, with cobbled streets and spindling smooth stone towers. In the libraries and churches and streets are lights of all kinds. The candle flicker of arcane lucubrations, and the stained rainbow patterning of midnight vespers in hallowed halls, and the papered luminescence of globed lanterns in street booths. Everywhere is a hush, where small sounds like the turn of an ancient page, or the chirp of a bat, or the patter of a foot on cobblestone can unfold in all its textured marvellousness. This is the world I visited. Here and now, though, I am somewhere especially dark, laid out on the top of the still water as if dead or in deep sleep, and the quiet in the music sings to me with such resonance and trembling awe of the darkness that I can hardly contain myself. My eyes well, and my face crinkles. Now I am somewhere on the side of the water still in repose. Lover Teresa Deadfield plays at T+208. I'm recessed in a small grotto beside a collection of holy relics. An amber light shines on me from somewhere, and I feel like a saint or holy figure set out in final repose. I suspect I am dead or dying again, and this time it feels like too much to endure. I can never last. I can never win over my own ending. The last man begins at T+210, and suddenly, violently, I know I need to submerge myself in this sorrow. I get up and turn off all the lights and lie down in bed. In the darkness, my psychedelic impressions momentarily cease, and I have time to reflect on my trip thus far. I start to think about what I wanted to accomplish with this journey, and it occurs to me that in some way, what I wanted is what I've wanted every trip taken thus far to be. Some sort of communion or connection, or at least closure with a certain dream character I fell in love with several years ago while asleep one night. I'd felt back then a transcendental affection I'd never encountered before in waking life, and I'd spent some effort earnestly and probably foolishly trying to reconstruct that experience again in lucid dreams, or at the very least in some kind of sustained, hypothetical, imagined relationship. Unsuccessful, I never knew entirely what to do with the psychic leftovers of my fumbling infatuation. Taking psychedelics was always in a part a desperate measure to try and reconnect with that ephemeral character who for one fleeting night was my whole symmetry in the world. As the music swells, I am struck with such a feeling of loss and of disconnection with anything I've ever loved. I found myself clutching a pillow to my face and weeping uncontrollably, whole body-racking sobs. It strikes me that this thing I thought I'd been seeking is nowhere to be found and has never been anywhere to be found. I see a grey, eidolon image, thin as paper, recede from me and dissipate into the void like so much dust and shadow. It never was. It can never be. I've fallen in love with an illusion, and I am shown in reverse time how all my hopeful gestures, first moment to last, have been gesticulations towards empty space. He's gone forever, and I am forever alone. I cry, and I think of the moanings of bereaved mothers. I think of the grief involved in losing forever something you have put a part of your own self into. I'm on the floor again. Again, I am curled under my desk. Nano 2 begins at T+2:16. The hymnal chords wrap around me in warm layers, and I find that my sorrow lessens. I lie still and listen. Once again, there is something with me. No, it's within me. No, it is me. I am somebody else. Small, nascent, fetal, I am surrounded by the walls of a womb or an egg. There is a single ray of light, and I am suffused all through in it. I sense that I am the one I thought I lost, and I did lose him, but I forgot that neither does anything or anyone stay lost forever. If I want, there can be a new beginning. Iambic 9 poetry begins at T+19. If I will it, I can succeed where before I failed. As before, when I crawled out of my den with my mother beside me, I crawl again, unsteadily out of this place. And only now I find that I'm the mother, and I'm now matching my child's every footstep towards the world outside. I help, push, prod upright, and soon enough he crawls beyond the limits of my sight. Gone for now, but not forever. I sit down and cry quietly to myself that I should be this lucky, that I should be allowed to have this second chance, however foolish yet it may prove to be. By now, I am exhausted by all this emotion. The glinting lights of my hyperspace terminal beckon to me. Before I can turn the monitor on, I am caught up in the exuberance of the music, golden arm at T+2:26. I spend several minutes twirling around in my desk chair and waving my arms around like an idiot child. I return to my computer and bang on the keyboard, marvelling at the sound the keys make. Finally, I locate the monitor switch and turn it on. I turn off the music, and find my friend has sent me a series of instant messages that I can barely read and understand. I begin to laugh uncontrollably at the thought of this strange little man hunched over his computer somewhere, sending me trivial words about trivial human concerns. He sends me a video link. It is a music video to the song Arcadia, and it frightens and enthralls me terribly. I lean forward and become the characters portrayed. A frightened raven tied to a cord, trying desperately to fly away from a shadowy owl-like figure. When they show the bird's face, it is my face. When they show the owl's eyes, they are my eyes. And when it blinks, I blink. I am captor and captive simultaneously. I exit my jeweled playroom and busy myself downstairs petting cats and drinking water. I return and begin the music again. I lie down, and Wavy Gravy starts at T+2:32. I find myself transported again to my night world. I'm flying through a great white marble underground library, cavernous with stacks and stairways, and suspended aqueducts arrayed in dizzying Assyrian geometry. Now I'm running along the ledges of high tower steeples, the moon the only witness to my passing. Now I am dashing through the cobbled streets past muffled conversations behind oaken doors. Everything is such a luscious, amethystine hue, the most beautifully suffusive colour I think I've ever seen, and I'm submerged in it everywhere I go. And it occurs to me now that I am married to the psychedelic experience now and forever. that this evening has been perfect, ecstatic, every sort of thing I've wanted it to be, and that it's truly my maiden voyage into the frontier lands just beyond the horizon of my sober perceptions. I'm outside of myself, genuinely immersed in the experiences I'm having, be they good or bad. I can finally appreciate them wholly for whatever it is they are. I could get hurt, I could get caught, I could die, but none of it would matter. It would all be as ecstatically beautiful as any other facet of being that I could experience. To an extent greater than any I'd had yet that night, I lose sense of myself as a discrete object distinct and at odds with other objects. I could be anything, I could do anything, and I thought about living the lives of people I used to find distasteful. I could be a politician, I could be a murderer, I could be a fraternity drunkard, I could be a prostitute. They were all fine. They were all just other ways of being. I remember a phrase I read once. Good trip, bad trip, it's all the same. I just marvel at it all. It is so phenomenally true. Something Isn't Right begins at T plus 2 hours and 50 minutes, and I lose my sense of introspection. I'm squirming on the bed, and I feel like a puddle of goo again. The lights are still out, and I see unremarkable fractal oscillations and telescoping Mandelbrots behind my eyelids. My desk chair is a pill-shaped alien who is here to give me a physical exam. I'm chewing on pillows, I'm sticking my hands in my mouth and rubbing spit and slobber all over my face and hair. I need my limbs and abdomen trying to sculpt myself into another kind of person again. I even try to unsuccessfully rip a hole in my navel. Songs come and go, and I experience fits of great sorrow, joy, rage, disgust, crying, laughing, growling, all in rapid succession. I feel now like something is not genuine about this experience, that I am outwardly sad, then happy, and then sad again, and yet the energy welling up inside me feels no different from mood to mood. I wonder whether these varied emotions I'm experiencing are really all superficial, just so much psychedelic ostension, or whether I've stumbled upon some cosmic truth about the universality of human emotion and the common source of energy that inspires it all. I can't be sure which is right. Clark's TED comes on at T plus 255 and ignites the climax of my ecstatic state. I writhe violently to the beat like a giant mantis jerking in its death throes, flailing rhythmically on my bed with no regard for restraint or personal safety. The flashing LEDs on my computer register as long blue scythe-like arcs of light in the darkness, like 1,000 ghostly sling saws on a machine come to cull me utterly from existence. The song recedes and I regain a little sense. I turn the music off, flip the lights on, and check myself in the mirror to see I haven't hurt myself. I bruised my knee, but that's all. I get up and go to the bathroom, return and sit at my computer. I open up a folder of wallpaper and high-res images to admire and begin playing Boris's Flood Eye at T plus 305. After a little while, I get the idea to listen to the entire album it is on, and load it up, lie back down in bed in the darkness, and let the stereo drone wash over me. Soon, I see a jeweled ceiling inlaid with silver ticking clock gears. The ceiling splits apart and withdraws from view, revealing an extraordinary night sky. I'm in one of my night world's firefly fields, and I realise I'm next to someone. I look over and it's my other who I thought I had lost, come back to me at last. We lie quietly nudged up to each other and admiring the stars and each other in silent solidarity. After a time, I look over at him and see he's made up entirely of punctuation marks, commas and colons and ellipses and all else. I look again and realise that he himself is a jewelled clockwork contraption, hardly real at all. I see his face open outward to reveal the microcosm of gearwork whirring and ticking inside his head. Nah, this can't be right. I resolve to remake him again, as many times as I have to, until he is at last real. I abolish this false image. In darkness, I draw the barest of skeletons and begin adding to it, proportion and substance and definition, then muscle and organs and skin and hair bit by bit, building stroke by stroke to the slow heartbeat of the music. A focus, a furrow in my brow. It is a meditation, a creative trance. I shall make no mistake. At last, I feel I am finished, and I stand back and admire my handiwork. More real than ever before. But just like before, he recedes away, out of view and into the dark. I'm not worried. Like last time, I expect he will return when his time is ready. And if he isn't real enough, then I will try again and again until I get it right. I'll lie on the bed for much longer and think about the mantle of sobriety settling back over me. I think about the inevitable return to mundane life. There is the anchoring certainty that I cannot spend my whole life in a world even any fraction as beautiful as this one. And I'm very sad, but I feel the same calm reassurance as in my old trips too. The wave goodbye, the invitation to return sometime. You can't stay here always, but you're welcome back whenever you please. I turn the music off as it begins to take a turn for the apocalyptic. I look at the time, T+4 hours, and feel greatly fatigued. In the silence, I hear mechanical pinging and small whirring clicks, and everything is seen through what looks like fractally paned glass. While I ready myself for bed, I note how raw I feel, and in the stale bathroom light I notice that a part of me, the one concerned with maintaining rigid definitions of what I am and what I'm not, feels sullied and violated by the night's activities. I am back in my shell, but the shell has cracked and crumbled where I gnawed my way out of it, and I can sense this part of my brain scurrying to mend me back into a discrete, conscious unit again. I flop into bed and have great difficulty falling asleep at T+4 hours and 30, over the sounds of glass bouncing balls strobing and echoing through what I imagine are the distant chambers of some cool, glinting, ultra-dimensional palace. A palace of mirrors, of jewelled fixtures and of alien lights. One whose halls I feel I have danced through in ecstasy for one short evening, and left a tiny, aching part of myself behind in it forever. But I can come back whenever I want and visit. These doors are now always open for me. Best dance party ever leads to being reborn. An LSD and ketamine trip report by Alice, posted to earwid.org October 19th, 2012. I'd been amping myself up for a really epic dance party with an out-of-town house and techno DJ at a local late-night club for weeks. The day had finally come. My friend T had never done acid before, and I recommended her to take it with me this night, because we would be in the company of friends, and the party would be going on all night. At around 10 PM, I took 2 tabs and she had 1. We started to feel the giggles and the energy within our chests within around half an hour after, and that feeling prevailed with a hint of anxiousness for about another hour. We left for the party at around midnight, already feeling pretty high and getting a bit confused when leaving the house with regards to what to bring and where. The party itself was actually really dark, the only light coming from the large double projection behind the DJ table. The sound was good. Maybe great. Really deep bass and dynamic range. I was pretty excited to see where this night is going. I started to notice the visuals when I adjusted the darkness. Mainly rainbow geometry, Persian-like patterns and after-image effects from the projection screens. I felt the usual tightening of muscles, especially my legs and knees. I tried to dance it out, but after about 45 minutes, it's obvious that I have to change into sneakers. I decided to go home, which is very near, thankfully. On my way out of the dark club, I noticed that it's hard to adjust to the light. Everything has a rainbow haze or aura around it, and people's skin is throbbing, and my own hands look transparent, like I can see the blood flowing through them. I ran into a friend on my way out the door, and he asked if I'm alright, probably because I look very confused in the moment. To be honest, I'm just very sensitive at this time. Back at home, me and my friend decide that the acid is feeling very nice and that we would like some more. I'm feeling a little bored, and I may as well take it up a notch, so I take another dose and she takes half and shares the other half with another friend, S. What if I can't get high anymore? Back in the club, the music is a bit boring, and I'm waiting to get more into it. I talk with my friend, who asked if I was okay earlier. I tell him that I'm not feeling right, not happy at all. I say it may be because I'd been doing ketamine casually throughout the day. The night before all this, I had a serious panic attack and breakdown, confessing that I thought I had a dependence on K, and that I use it to get me through depression, although I was scared that it just made it worse. He assured me that the anxiety I was feeling would pass, and that the effects of LSD would outweigh any other residual sedative effects of ketamine. I had a fear that I'd done some damage to my mental chemistry, and that psychedelics wouldn't have the same euphoric effect on me now. But I wanted to believe he was right. And just then, one of my favourite old school acid tracks, Jesus Loves the Acid by Ecstasy Club, came on, and I started to work it. I remembered a recent experience on acid, when I learned that physical exercise promotes the intensity of the visual and bodily high when I was running through a forest. I began to jack very hard and whip my hair about. Kaleidoscopic ribbons flowed by my face and seemed to cascade through my body, and it was all very pleasurable. I realised it was really up to me to make the best of this trip. The club was very packed, and there were many people with a clubbing, drunk and obnoxious vibe, and I was feeling rather sensitive to this. Eventually, it seemed to clear out around 2:30, and I was just getting higher and higher. The rest of the night just got better. The music just got better, the people got looser, the air got sweet with sweat and weed smoke, and the crowd was working it very serious, like very, very hard. For the next 2.5 hours, I danced like I was having sex. Like the pleasure of movement was giving me life, and the music was fueling my power. I could feel the air moving out of the speakers, and the space between the bass and treble was thick with vibration still. I was picking up on a very interesting and trippy stereoscopic sound effect. I usually experience a heavy presence of reverb as an oral hallucination while on acid, but this was hard to define as a hallucination. I hoped it wasn't for the sake of the crowd, because it was so fucking cool. I did spend most of the evening enjoying my time solo, with friends coming up to me for brief periods and dancing with me. T came by later in the night, and I asked her how it was going. "Oh, it's great. It's amazing." She looked nice, and Rip's eyes all huge and juicy. I asked if she was getting visuals, thinking she may have not taken enough, and wishing she could be seeing what I was seeing. "Yes, loads. Oh, it's incredible," she exclaimed. So relieved I was. "Man, I'm so happy for you. You're so lucky that it's such a perfect environment for your first time." And we danced ecstatically. When I went to the bathroom, it was very bright, and I realised how high I actually was. I could barely even see. Everything was vibrating in colour and pulsing in and out. I sat on the toilet and my skin just pulsed. I focused on myself in the mirror and danced with myself. There was a very distinct delay in my reflection, and it was very convincing and amusing to do this. I usually freak myself out when looking in the mirror on drugs, but I felt very attractive this time. My hair had been wet with sweat and then kind of dried in motion in lovely ringlets which cascaded in harmony with the frame of my face and shoulders. I look like a fairy, I thought to myself. The most natural way I can look is the most lovely. This gave me the confidence to get back onto the dance floor and really start working it. It was during some intensely sexy and housey tracks that this great epiphany came to me. I've always been very in love with the nostalgia of the early rave era of the 80s. The politics, the music, the drugs, the sheer massiveness of it, the unity and the revolutionary movement it had. All the cliches are true. I was having such a great time, I wanted to share it with someone else who looked like they would appreciate it. I saw some guy that I recognised from similar events in the past. I asked if he had ever took acid at a dance party. He said he did once, but didn't seem that excited about it. I told him that I was really high, and that it was great. He reminded me that acid was a party drug before ecstasy. I told him that the harder I moved, the more I tripped out, and he laughed along happily. And at this moment, jacking hard with my community of dance heads and good folks, I felt like I was truly a part of that movement, that it had transcended time. This really was the best party ever. Nearing the end of the night, after craving weed and smelling the sticky, sweet aroma cloud of the club all night, I smoked a couple of tokes of weed with my friends. It felt great, and intensified the visuals a bit too, which I really did enjoy. But overall though, in hindsight, it didn't feel as though it was an overly significant contribution to the trip though. The last track ended with the whole club cheering and demanding an encore, but would have been a bit inappropriate considering that the whole night was a singular, infectious groove, and another track would have had to be selected for the purpose of an encore, and I don't think that was expected. At around 5 AM, the lights began to flash on and off, and soon enough, the night was over. Right now, everyone looked so hot and sexy, like they had participated in possibly the biggest ever orgy imaginable, not like the usual, after a long night of partying on E. As we exited the club onto the streets, we were shocked at what lay right in front of us. At first, I thought I was looking at a convertible parked on the wrong side of the road. Then I began to see that it was a car that had the roof ripped off. It was in pieces. The trunk crumpled, the hood crumpled, the airbags out. The whole block in front of the club was taped off, and cops and firemen were dealing with this aftermath. To me, it honestly looked fake. The lights were bright and the street glittered with glass and colour reflected in the wet pavement. I felt guilty to see such destruction as beauty. There was a street sweeper up the block with its rear wheel blown off and the rim all bent. The car must have rammed it, rolled, and tore up in turbulence. Oh fuck, the driver must be dead. I had this cosmic feeling that some destruction must happen in order for beauty to take its place. I know that is kinda insensitive, but you know what, people do die all the time. It's just odd that it happened right then, and right there. At home, it was obvious that me and my girlfriends were very high and were not going to get to sleep anytime soon. I think I may have never been this high on acid ever before. It was in full force even after 7 hours of the first dose. I had some ketamine, and I was suddenly very excited to take some in combination with the acid right now. And then the magic really happened. I don't think I could have predicted what was to come. There are several factors in place that I believe contributed to the intensity of the next 30 minutes. My room is a tripper's playground. I'd taken lots of K in it and have made it very comfortable to do so. I'd taken Foxy once and made some videos of myself with photo booth on my computer with my mirror right across from it, where I was actually convinced I was living in a fractal. I've also had some incredible experiences on acid in combination with medicinal nitrous oxide in copious amounts, which honestly led me to believe I'd seen death or nirvana. I told my friends I was going to take some K and if they wanted some, to which they declined. In about 3 minutes after taking a line of about 50 milligrams, I lost all strength and fell onto my knees. The sedation was taking a hold very strongly, more than usual. In about 5 minutes, I saw my hands shrink into children's hands. I've never experienced micropsia before, but I'd read about it in K-trips. It was 100% convincing. Then, my hand stretched out before me, and my room looked all distorted. The whole time I was relaying the effects to S, who was highly amused as she usually is with my drug experiences. I stand up and decide to document the happening with photo booth. I look over at her, across from me, sitting on my bed in the corner of the room. The corner where the walls meet becomes a new space, infinitely deep, yet still retaining the edges, and the closeness of S remains as well, even though the space feels vast. I usually have the sense of the ceiling rising or myself sinking when lying down on K, but this was way beyond that. I take another line, losing even more strength again this time. But I do manage to get up and look into the computer screen. It is very hard to make out what is what though. I can see myself, but I'm not really identifying with it. I do know that full well this is me, but honestly, it's like seeing myself in a dream and trying to remember what I look like, as opposed to recognising my reflection instantly. The mirror, well, that is there in the screen too, but I find that the music stops, and Esk begins to ask what's going on, specifically with me. I ask if the music has stopped. She puts her ear to the speaker. "Nah, it's still on," she says. "Listen." I put my ear to the speaker and there is another dimension in there. To be honest, I really cannot tell if I'm actually hallucinating or not. It's pretty real right now. She convinces me that it is there. It may be of importance to add that I found it very difficult to remember an artist and figure out how to play a DJ mix by that artist, something that is easy to do usually. But to be honest, right now I couldn't really spell and his name was coming out all wrong. Finally, I was able to remember, told S and she figured it out. She says she has to go to the bathroom and leaves. What happens now though? That is really incredible. It is hard to remember in images what happened because of how synesthetic the whole experience was. It would be incorrect to say that I saw or heard or felt anything. It was more unified than that. What I experienced anyway was what I can only describe simply as travelling into myself. I was looking into the computer, and any barriers that it had sort of dissolved into a space through which I could travel. I faced myself and went in. I then look away toward the door, wobbly at best, and begin to go through it. It really felt like entering another world. I saw my roommate P, and he looked at me in sheer amazement. My face must have said it all. I felt enlightened though. I felt pure. I felt like I was even touched by God. What I could see was so intensely psychedelic, I believed anything was possible, like walking through walls or something. I feel the sudden desire to pick up my hula hoop. Not completely convinced I had the motor ability to do it though. I usually don't do anything like this on K, but I always try anyways. I began to hula hoop smoothly, which was really something remarkable. A visual field separated in horizontal slices, which then rotated independent of each other as I spun around with the hoop. The hoop itself extended far, far out and became huge and wide around me. I was flabbergasted by now. Ketamine has given me some intense visual distortions, and I've tried many incremental dosages, but the acid must have had some added clarity that the K alone cannot offer. I stopped, and my visual field slowly circled back and came together somewhat. I stood there, jaw dropped, and tried to describe to P what I was seeing, but he was just laughing. Suddenly, I remembered a time when I had a weather balloon, and how trippy it was to bounce it when sober. I ran to my room to get a 3-foot balloon I'd stashed. It was very confusing to find anything. But after a while, I found a smaller, clear balloon, and it was very beautiful to look into it, and the sound was interesting as well. But it was clear that the K was wearing off, and I should redose. I went to my computer again to document another segment of the trip, knowing that it would be difficult to remember all of this. Although, I must say that, unfortunately, I just kept starting it and stopping it, and I did feel as if I lost some valuable insights that I had during this whole process. Wormhole and singularity. I managed to put on a video by Matthew Barney that is very trippy, and I thought S would enjoy it and may stimulate me as well. I put it on and proceeded to cut up another 2 lines of K, maybe more like 120 milligrams total this time. I took a line and very shortly afterward fell to my knees and decided to lay down on the ground. S asked what was up, and I just remember saying that it was the essence of synesthesia, pure bliss. I managed to get onto my bed, looked down at the screen, and the image became a real fractal. I felt like I was in there, spiraling into infinity with the giant black dick that was part of the movie. I then had the sense to lay down beside S because I knew that the K would paralyse me, and I would be more comfortable this way. Looking at the ceiling, I could hear the familiar sounds of machinery and lubrication from the movie, but the visual field warped into these sounds. I had the most convincing sense that the sounds created the images that I was seeing, that they were one and the same. And then, wouldn't you know it, my body dissolved, and I became one with it as well. Up until this point, I was doing a pretty good job at transcribing all of this to S. The last thing I described was a dark point I could see on the ceiling that looked real. Then I found myself going too deep into it, and it was rather difficult or maybe even impossible to speak during this moment. All of this, I must say though, was familiar to my previous experiences with K, but I must say that it was so much more vivid and intense and clear than I had ever known it to be. The ceiling, it had these dimensions to it that were moving slowly and warping tubularly. The space here was very, very deep as well. I did not move my head, and I don't even think I could. Didn't even move my body either. There was just no way to try. Now, I definitely have experienced this sensation before. S told me that it is the ketamine blocking the brain's ability to sense the body, that it cannot read the body or tell it what to do. Soon enough, the tubular landscape turned into one tunnel, and the hole at the end opened up to an image as I focused on it. It was a pool party with men's bums in Speedos. What a very bizarre thing to see. There was a little circle, like a movie screen, and then around it was a tube that reflected that screen, like a viewfinder, or like looking through a kaleidoscope. This tubular vision was separate from a knowledge of self. It was as if I did not exist. I remember in that moment that I desperately wanted to tell S that I had become my environment through focusing on it. But really, nothing could come out. Maybe for some time, I did not even think. 2 main past events have informed my ideas of what this tube could be. I'd taken acid with medicinal nitrous oxide before and experienced what I thought was death. Now, it wasn't scary. It was in fact the most pleasurable experience I've ever had. It was the freedom of body and the bareness of consciousness. Apart from memories and real thoughts, it was the most now feeling I ever knew. Just pure bliss. I could identify with that experience now quite a bit, to be honest. The loss of time and memories and body was similar, but the nitrous was more explosive, but like an orgasm, while the K was more gradually sensual and contemplative until the singular point. The other thing that I could relate to is a video that my friend R made of a black hole. R studies physics and computer science and had used some software to program a visual simulation that mathematically represents a black hole. It honestly made me cry the first time I saw it because I was so sure I'd seen it on nitrous oxide before. He also showed me images manipulated with the algorithms of wormholes leading from one place to another, and they look very much like what I'd just seen on K. What does this mean? Did I really see a wormhole? I mean, is that even possible? Is it possible to travel through it if I had let go? I started to think, would I be able to leave my body once my mind had detached from it? When I was able to move again, I told S that I think I'd experienced nirvana itself, and she was happy for me. I don't actually know if this is what I'd experienced, but the pleasure of letting go was so rich, it was honestly like being reborn. We were hungry, and we left my room to make a snack. After that, I sat down to think more about what honestly just happened. It was extremely difficult to sum it all up and relay back to S. I recall spurting out, "Memories make things real," and she honestly seemed to understand what I was saying. She said she had a conversation about such a concept recently. I was thinking about the night before when anxiety took over me and I was trapped within my negative thoughts and ruminating on happenings of the past and fearing the future. When, in contrast, it made sense to me that when free from memories and bodily sensation, one is actually free, and that it made sense that this state was nirvana-like. But that it was also very real. It was in that moment that I honestly felt that it really is possible to transcend this waking reality by letting go of the self, or the ego that is attached with memories. Another important aspect of the night is the power of dance. I really feel like I danced away the blues. Well, I do love cliches. I do not think that the following trips would have happened on a clouded or negative consciousness, and that by dancing for many hours I was actually able to move the bad feelings and thoughts out and away from me and fill myself with positive energy. When I travelled inside of myself, I came out feeling like a newborn baby. I was vibrating with joy and rainbows. This was evidence that my mind was clear and free from the demons of the previous night. I'm writing this largely due to the therapeutic aspect of the evening, and I really hope to retain most of what I was able to learn here. Well, this isn't the first time I've had a rebirth-like experience from taking LSD, and I haven't felt this good since the first acid nitrous trip a year and a half ago. In conclusion to that thought, it may be that I have to become deeply buried in worry over time to be able to feel so cleansed after the release. Hopefully it won't be so soon until this has to happen again, but at least I know it is possible to be cleansed. I was able to relay to S another concept that I felt very strongly for as well. That in order for something to exist, it must have a binary. I was trying to grasp the idea that without a sense of my surrounding world, I began to disappear, or at least my body did. There was no inside versus outside of me. As my physical appearance and body is the outside and my thoughts or consciousness are the inside, this was honestly quite irrelevant in the moment. All the things about duality I've ever learned had significance in a new way. Yin and yang, good and evil, life and death. I feel now that my understanding of life is death. It is the experience of leaving the bodily dimension and entering a new and endless dimension of nowness, infinity. This death is different from the death that we on Earth see when a relative passes away from us. The essence of life seems to lie within this balance of black or white or what have you. I only think this because, well, I have had similar experiences to relate this one to, and because enough time has passed since then, and I've had a lot of time to think about it. I can feel this sure about how I feel now. I honestly cannot wait to try it all again and learn even more. After effects. The sun was coming up at around 7 or so, and S went home. I took a couple of tablets of melatonin and hoped it would help me sleep. I was honestly exhausted. My body was strained from dancing and my head felt tight. Luckily though, I was able to fall asleep quite easily. When I woke up about 6 or so hours later, I felt crusty stuff on my face. I thought it was snot from the K that had dried, but was shocked to discover that it was blood. I had quite the nosebleed going on. My nose was clogged with blood and snot. I even felt a bit faint and nauseous. I laid down and my nose began to bleed, and bled lightly for a while, maybe even a few hours. I mean, it goes without saying that I can definitely attribute this to the K, as I don't think I've ever had a nosebleed before. I don't think I've ever done so much K in one 24-hour period. It was about half a gram. I wasn't worried though. T and I had some friends who were also at the dance party. We went and got lunch and took it to the park. Oh, it was such a beautiful day, and although I was totally wiped, I felt amazing. I went to sleep at 6 PM and slept until 10 AM. Now, I honestly feel fine, and my nose is as clear as ever. I enjoy taking ketamine with LSD. If you enjoy either drug, they seem to complement each other in a very interesting and complicated way. I enjoy the introspective aspects of K, and the LSD allowed me to go deeper and remember the experience more vividly. If you like the beauty and visual elements of LSD, K certainly takes them to the very next level. Beyond the Void, a DMT trip report by a Vipassana meditator, posted to earwid.org August 12, 2010. I'm always interested to know of a user's background before reading about his experience, so I shall briefly give mine. I am educated to postgraduate level and have a higher professional background. Around 3 years ago I began to study Buddhism and went on a number of retreats, including a Vipassana retreat. The insight from Vipassana showed me that the division between what is a drug and what is not is arbitrary and flawed, since all experience has the capacity to lead to attachment and/or aversion, and since all experience is generally perceived as pleasant or unpleasant due to a physical sensation coupled with a change in neurotransmitter levels, all experience in the physical world has a similar action to drugs. It would be completely wrong to say that Vipassana led me to drugs, rather. It showed me that my prior reasons for not experimenting with drugs were unfounded. One reason was fear of my own reactions. What I realised following Vipassana was that I need not fear any difficult drug experiences, as I would be able to observe the drug's effects, rather than acting out the script that the drug has written. The other reason was that drugs are not real. A drug experience may not be real in that it is transient and impermanent, but it is no less real than any other daily experience. Up to my completion of this Vipassana retreat, the drugs I took were limited to alcohol and tobacco. I had tried hashish a few times and cocaine once, and was quite unimpressed with both, so I felt no desire to experiment with them further. Put another way, I couldn't see what all the fuss was about. Shortly after completing Vipassana, I had my first experience with MDMA, and since then I have also experimented with MDEA, marijuana, LSD, amphetamine, nitrous oxide, methamphetamine, ketamine, psilocybin mushrooms, and salvia divinorum, as well as combinations of all of the above. But of all of these drugs, I take MDMA and LSD most frequently, at least 2 or 3 times per month and often more regularly. I occasionally smoke tobacco. I take caffeinated drinks in moderation, and rarely drink alcohol. In light of the foregoing, I think it's fair to say I've had broad experience with recreational drugs. I've never had a bad trip, even when I have taken doses of LSD that could be described as heroic. With all this, I think the most important thing I can say about DMT is that nothing, no amount or combination of drugs and no amount of description could ever have prepared me for how completely mind-blowing this substance really is. DMT divides the brain by 0, which is impossible, except with DMT. I prepared a bed of ashes in a bong by burning some tobacco. I then compacted the ashes and put a small amount of pure DMT salt on top of the ashes. I held the flame to the salt as I inhaled, making sure all of it vaporized. I held in the smoke for around 10 seconds. There was some smoke left in the bong, but as I breathed out the smoke I had inhaled, The effects of the drug had already overwhelmed my ability to move. Well, I guess I expected this. But regardless, I put the bong down, sat back in the couch, as there was nothing else I could really do in that moment. Physically, I was very aware of my body. It felt enormous, in fact. But also it seemed as if my sense of touch extended into my surroundings, my study. Everything shook and shimmered, and suddenly the visuals became something that can only be described as high-tech. Colours shone with a brilliance I had never seen. High-tech shapes that suggested intelligent design flowed over the view of everything, but unlike the phosphenes I see with LSD, which seem as if they are coming from behind my eyes, this imagery was in front of me. I was witnessing something external to my body rather than through a filter. As I turned my head, all images from different points of view combined. Past, present and future, maybe 10 seconds each way, by layer upon layer of translucent images, pulsating and animated with an intelligence that defies verbal description. Even though all colours were amplified and vivid, I noticed that there was a great deal of translucent gold and neon green colour in all of my field of vision, but again, this seemed like something I was looking at rather than tinted glasses over my eyes. I did feel a presence though. Very powerful. Some have described this presence as their former self, as in from the prior moment, and that perceiving the former self as another being, which in a way it is the explanation for this presence. I did feel this echo of myself. The self, or what we think of it as being, is of course transient and impermanent. But there was definitely something else. It seemed as if hundreds, thousands, perhaps millions of beings are present, all in a hive of communication. I was aware of them, but I cannot say for certain whether they were aware of me. The intensity of everything was, in a sense, terrifying. I wasn't really scared of anything, if only because I knew that nobody has ever, at least according to any reliable source, died from smoking DMT. If I didn't know this, I might have been worried, but since I'm always well informed of the medical effects of a drug before taking it, I'm never worried. The amount of information storming my brain and the processes working were incredible, and if I were a computer, I would be afraid that my CPU would be fried as a result of overclocking. So much was happening that I might never be able to make sense of. My initial split-second neurotic reaction to the intensity was a predictable, "Oh God, I'm never doing this again." However, I knew that such thoughts always pass if I allow them to just pass, rather than clinging to them or trying to push it away. The thought arises by itself, without my input, and it will leave of its own volition. I find this quite easy to do because, well, I meditate. Furthermore, I recalled that my first reaction to salvia was similar and passed, giving way to something amazing and enlightening. I saw no reason for that not to happen with DMT. Audio was interesting. The music that was playing was both amplified and quieter all at once, which, again, is impossible except with DMT. There was a slight drop in pitch and tempo, oscillating up sometimes. Everything echoed as if the same sound came from different sources, near and far. Other sounds were also heard, but I still have no idea what they were, but I certainly did not find them objectionable. The visions I had pulsated in time to the music that was playing, although I only realised that this had happened in retrospect. Taste and smell were best not paid too much attention, if only because of the disgusting, caustic taste of the DMT smoke and its matching smell. So much is happening that it would be a great shame to allow it to detract from the experience. Like the slight nausea that can follow ingestion of psilocybin mushrooms, it really is a very small price to pay, and I am grateful for the experience rather than whining like a small child over a mildly uncomfortable side effect. A few times I did cough, not repeatedly, but one loud cough at a time. This acted as a release of some built-up energy. Not so much release of tension, but more release of an arrow from a bow, clearly directed. But also amplified the experience, and it felt as if my lungs shook the entire universe, which was a most powerful sensation indeed. As for breathing generally, I took deliberately deep breaths, if only to make sure I was breathing. I realised that this was quite unnecessary, and of course that nobody has ever choked or died from asphyxiation as a result of smoking DMT. Perhaps the fact that the past, present and future are blended together with DMT accounts for this odd sensation of not being sure of whether or not I am breathing in the first place. It's as if I became aware of my immediately prior exhalation as I am inhaling. I think it was this, rather than the layered images, that made me realise that my sense of time was greatly stretched. I am aware of the passage of time. Perhaps I might not be so aware of it without music as a reference, but time definitely becomes more flexible. The description of the experience with reference to different senses cannot account for the intense synesthesia. I can say that I tasted music, saw colours, etc., all of which is true, but really is beyond description. During the peak effects, which lasted all of 5 to 10 minutes but felt like forever and never, all I could do was lie back into my chair and let things happen. I did not try to move much and was probably not capable of doing so. Once the peak visual effects subsided a little, I laughed inwardly for a minute before deciding to stand up and walk around. Everything shimmered and radiated, and it was as if I was moving through a gaseous formation such as a pulsar through a galaxy. I turned around and looked at my ugly, floral pattern upholstered couch, and the flowers were literally moving from one cushion to the other, and onto the floor and into the air. I could control the flow of these flowers by moving my hands. Music at this point became exceptionally pleasant, more pleasant even than music on MDMA or LSD or both. I did what I usually like to do when under the influence of psychedelics, and stare at myself in the mirror. I had a divine glow. But what I find most remarkable was that I didn't look like I was on drugs. With all other drugs, I will have a certain look that those who do not use drugs might not detect, but I will notice. But with DMT, this is not the case. As the visuals died away, a strong euphoria lingered. I shivered and clung to the wall, my body pulsating with bliss. There was almost a sense of relief, or perhaps as if I had been awarded a prize of sorts, as if I had come through a major trial successfully. Over the next 20 minutes or so, the effects of the drug wore off, leaving a wonderful afterglow. I found it difficult, however, to make sense of what had actually happened, and so decided after about half an hour to have another milder trip. This trip is not worthy of too much mention, as while intense in comparison with other substances, was nothing like the first trip and no use in integrating the first. I waited an hour and had another full dose. The effects were similar to the first trip, except more intense, and once the peak visual effects eased, it gave way to what I must say is the purest euphoria I have ever experienced. It was this trip that enabled me to make sense of the first, and allowed me to explain it here. Later on in the day, a friend called round. He was keen to try DMT, but wanted to watch how I behaved on it first. I was also intrigued to see how the trip would be different with somebody else present. I can't say that it was a whole lot. His face looked very warm and friendly, and he is a very warm and friendly person, so that was hardly surprising. But it didn't fit in the alternative universe I was seeing. I had more of a sensation of flying this time than the previous 3 times. Unfortunately for readers, whatever I was flying through really defies description, except I felt a very strong presence of intelligence and numerous beings of unknown nature. As I was coming to, my friend took a dose. He seemed very shocked by the effects of the drug as he came to. He said that he would probably not take DMT again, not because it was bad, but simply too weird. Interestingly though, he found the music playing, and the few words I spoke, nothing significant, very raw and almost grating. Like myself, he practices Vipassana and said that had he not been on a Vipassana retreat, the experience would have been disastrous and would have scarred him. Predictably, 15 minutes after saying this, he said he would definitely have to try DMT again. He noted that he felt a calm like he had never felt. I asked him if this was like a system reset of sorts, or perhaps a clean installation of a new operating system, and he agreed with the analogy. I expected that this might be his reaction, similar to the reaction of most people I have seen taking salvia for the first time. Terror or near terror, followed by great joy and a desire to repeat the experience. The next day in the evening, I took another dose. I asked my wife, who was not taking DMT or any substances, if she would try to interact with me or at least observe while I was under the influence. I wasn't really able to communicate with her, but what I noticed is that the beings I encountered had similar features to her. By features, I do not necessarily mean physical features. All I noted was that she belonged among the beings whose presence I felt. The beings were aware of her, and it was as if a part of her that is deep in her subconsciousness was fully aware of them also. On that note, this was the first time the unknown being seemed aware of me and took notice. I have yet to establish the full significance of all this. I might be able to once she takes DMT herself, but she is not ready for it. This does corroborate the aforementioned view that one of the explanations for the sensation of a strong presence during a DMT trip is an echo of the self, perceived as a separate entity. As already stated, I do not accept this as a complete explanation, and I do hold to the view that the beings I encountered were more than simply me in the past, present, and future. Given what I noticed of my wife communicating with the DMT universe beings, it strengthens my view that our intelligence, awareness, and power as human beings is in several parts and none of the parts are aware of the other. DMT has opened up a part that what I typically see as me was unaware of, and it likewise of me. It would seem that the goal of a meditator and/or psychonaut should be to integrate these several parts so that there is continuity of awareness and intelligence. The most significant integrable effect of the trip was that it had made me quite unafraid of dying. I don't want to die, but I feel as if I can make good choices after my death. I cannot fully explain in words why I feel this. DMT strongly reinforced the truth that there is nothing to fear except fear itself. There is a concept in Buddhism, but by no means unique to that tradition, called shunyata, that is best translated as emptiness. Meditation, especially Vipassana in a Theravada tradition, and drugs other than DMT can take me into shunyata, into the void as it were. LSD can certainly help me to empty my mind to the point where I have no thought, only awareness. Ketamine, nitrous oxide, and especially salvia take me much further into the void, to the vanishing point of the universe where everything is perceived as empty, and that the universe is the modulation of a single oscillating wave that has no permanent or physical reality. Tibetan Buddhists, however, seem to suggest that while a student must attain this understanding of shunyata, that there is something beyond shunyata as well. I cannot claim to have an understanding of what Tibetans mean by this, if this is what they were saying at all. But I can say that with DMT, I am taken beyond the void, beyond emptiness. I'm always one to spot puns, but while no more than a coincidence, the sound of the letters DMT seems so apt. Vipassana, LSD, and dissociatives emptied my mind. DMT has de-emptied it. By this, though, I do not mean it has undone anything. It seems that when I reach the void, I come to the vanishing point of the universe. DMT allows me to push beyond this vanishing point, allowing me to see another universe that actually coexists with this one and is right under our noses. I had always thought that I might leave the material world behind to pursue a monastic life, or at least go and live in the Himalayas for a few years. Having had DMT, I no longer consider this necessary, as there is nothing to leave, and wherever I go in this world would not take me further to this new truth I have seen, which is right under our noses wherever we go. Of all the effects of DMT, this is so far the most liberating. Subtle flashbacks have followed this experience. I've experienced several in the past few days, not at all difficult, unpleasant, distracting, or overwhelming, I might say, which for me have helped significantly with integration. I want to take the experience of DMT further by undergoing a full ayahuasca ritual, as I am certain that this will make the experience easier to integrate. The reason DMT is so difficult to make sense of is, of course, because it hits you out of nowhere and vanishes just as quickly. Until such time as I have the opportunity to take part in an ayahuasca ritual, I intend to slowly experiment with combining DMT with other substances, especially LSD and MDMA, and perhaps in time with dissociatives as well. I expect that I will take a long time to do this though, as it is certainly not something to be rushed into whatsoever. DMT is, by a long shot, the most powerful drug, at least as far as the mind is concerned. that I have tried. Indeed, the power of all other drugs combined is completely insignificant compared to the power of DMT. Though it is true that a difficult trip on DMT might be easier than, say, LSD, in that if something becomes uncomfortable, I need only endure it for 5 minutes as opposed to a grueling 8 hours. But anyway, I shall close here by saluting the first shamans who discovered DMT-containing plants and dared to experiment and voyage into the unknown. Their bravery, or recklessness, or both, has been for the benefit of mankind. Bigger Than God, an MDA and mushrooms trip report by White Birch, posted at earwig.org November 26, 2011. It was a Saturday in September, a beautiful day from the moment I woke up. The 2 weeks before had been very stormy, and it was nice to finally have a warm, sunny day. I was glad the weather turned out to be decent, since I was spending the day in New York City, about 4 hours from my house, with a friend of mine and a dozen or so friends of his. I only knew one person from the group I was going with, but everyone turned out to be very kind and like-minded. We boarded the train, and by 4:30 in the afternoon, we arrived in Grand Central Station. We walked around the city for a few hours, the group breaking off in various directions, and I spent the early evening with 3 other people. After eating some pizza, checking out a few small shops and people watching, it was around 7 PM and we headed towards our final destination, an art gallery of a well-known artist. There was to be a celebration at his gallery, something I had been to before and enjoyed very much. We arrived a half hour later, meeting up with the rest of the group and checking in with everyone's afternoons. After saying hello to some old friends from previous gatherings, everyone began milling around the gallery. There was live music, ranging from mellow guitar to high-energy trance, as well as several artists painting live. There were a lot of people in the gallery, and it soon became very warm. After briefly checking out what had changed in the gallery since the last time I'd visited, I met up with a friend of mine who was gracious enough to share some entheogens with me, a tab of very pure MDA, as well as 4 grams of mushrooms, give or take. He also handed me a square of LSD, which I did not end up taking that night. Having taken MDA and mushroom combinations before, what I like to do is take the pill right away and wait until I'm peaking on MDA before ingesting the mushrooms, which is exactly what I did this time around. Soon, the energy hit, and I spent some time really taking in the paintings. The artist's work is remarkable while sober, and under the influence of the MDA it was beyond incredible. The longer I looked at each painting, the more I noticed little things that were hidden inside each of them. I understood that each painting was a part of the artist, and was grateful to be able to experience their work firsthand. A few hours had passed, and with the energy of the MDA pulsing through my body, I decided it was time to unleash and start dancing to some trance and techno. Before doing this, I decided it was about time to ingest the mushroom, so I discreetly pulled them out, munched down the dry, bitter stems and caps. I was rolling nicely and was excited to add a little colour to my experience. I had never been a fan of electronic music before my first MDA experience a few months before. A classically trained musician, I considered electronic music to be the antithesis of what I stood for. After hearing it under the influence, however, I realised the time and energy artists spent making techno was no different than what I was doing. The melding of each layer of techno forms one sound, but after listening carefully to each note, each separate layer can be heard. Although it may not seem like it, trance and techno are very similar to classical music in the way they're written and performed, and my appreciation of both grew larger that evening. Eventually I needed water and a break, so I left the dance area to walk around a bit. I made my way into one of the main gallery rooms and decided to take a look at a few other paintings. Up until this point, things may not seem interesting, but the following incident is the reason I'm writing this whole report. As an avid psychonaut, both with and without the use of mind-altering substances, I've been searching for enlightenment since I first learned what meditation was when I was 10 years old, in 5th grade. I've spent anywhere from an hour to 2 hours each day meditating, having recently added yoga into my repertoire. I began the use of psychedelics in hopes that they would help me in my quest. Staring at one of the artist's paintings depicting various human accomplishments during the course of known history, I soon began thinking about God, or what people perceive as God, as well as religion itself. I could feel the mushroom pulse hit me, the waving feeling I always get with the come up. The painting began speaking to me, not in words of course, but it was showing me the path of mankind. First, there was evolution, then fire, and so on and so forth, until there was the space shuttle and Dr. Martin Luther King. Everything was on a path that was set, but not set in stone. We as humans can choose our paths, but essentially we are destined to do what we as humans do. There is slavery, but we realize the error of our ways and abolish slavery. The small steps are our own choice, but the big picture is part of a path. As I stare at the picture, which is at least double the height of me and double the width, my mind begins to understand the big picture. There is something bigger than me, bigger than Earth, bigger than Jesus, bigger than God. My mind is swirling with thought as the power of the MDA and mushrooms pulls through my body full force. Bigger than God? What can be bigger than God? The universe. The cosmos. Wow, my mind is on fire. I feel I may have reached the answer to my lifelong question of what is God, why are we here, what is after death, when it hits me. God is too small. Humans created their idea of God as a sort of middleman to understand the universe because we couldn't understand why the sun rose or why people die. Nowadays, people have mostly discarded God because of science. I realised at this very moment that it doesn't matter if people believe in God, because he doesn't exist. Heaven as a life after death doesn't exist because what really exists is better than life after death, better than God, better than anything we could ever have imagined. Hurling around the sun on this globe, we are all just a part of something so large and incredible we as humans are unable to comprehend, and therefore we need to create religion to explain the unexplainable. Religion has a place, but the reason so many people leave the church as I had, brought up Catholic but so unfulfilled, is because there's no room for growth. It now hit me that religion is a part of the cosmos, but only a small part. Jesus is real, but he's only a part, not the end all and be all, not the alpha and omega, just a tiny part of a wildly huge and magnificent thing. Religion, I realised, should be treated like school. Go and learn until you can't learn anymore. Take what you've learnt and apply it to your life, then move on. Move on to the next religion, or move on to something more important. Religion can only teach so much. After that, it's just repetition. You'll never learn calculus by going to algebra class your whole life. You need to take what you know and move to the next level. As my mind was exploding with these thoughts, my friend from home came over to me. He's an experienced psychedelic user, and apparently being able to tell I was in thought did something to me that a friend had done to him a while back. I turned to him, and he asked me to reach for something in the front pocket of his backpack. I reached in, and inside was a bottle cap. My mind, having been lost in the cosmos, was flipping. I looked over at him in confusion and despair, and he looked back at me. "There's nothing in here," I exclaimed. He looked at me with wide eyes. "What did you think was going to be in there?" I paused a moment, embarrassed to say what I thought was inside, but upon his urging I did tell him. The universe. When I reached inside the bag, I genuinely believed I would be thrust inside the swirling whirlwind of the universe itself, both immersed in it as well as being able to hold it with my very hands. It's a feeling I'm not exactly able to describe, except for the fact that I was severely disappointed to find a water ball cap. "Disappointing, he asked. He was fucking with my mind, and it was working. "Yeah, very," I replied, not being able to say much more than that. My mind was blown. I had to walk around a little to shake off the feeling of knowing things others did not know. I wanted to let everyone know how stupid and unimportant possessions are, how petty little quarrels and big wars are, how in the grand scheme of things, nothing matters, yet at the same time, everything matters. I wanted to tell people that the energy they use to hate could equally be used to love. In the grand scheme of things, life is too important to waste on things, but should be spent on loving each other. I was shook up by my revelation and was unable to think properly for a while. After the backpack incident, I thought I was totally sober, thrust back into reality, but after a few minutes I could feel the trip re-emerge. Really and truly, I felt like I knew too much to be on Earth right now. I felt I should have been granted access to the next level, whatever that may be. I honestly felt that Earth was too small for me in that moment. I wanted something bigger, even if it meant dying to find it. For a minute, in fact, I actually just wanted to die, just to see what else was out there waiting for me. Of course, I wasn't able to die and had to live on Earth and continue to go to my pointless job every day until what I really want to do takes off. I didn't know what else to do at that point, so I went and danced for a little while, but my heart wasn't really in it. I ended up spending the rest of the night in another room, listening to some relaxing guitar playing and vocal moaning. And at 4 a.m, the celebration had ended. We headed back for the train to take a long, long ride home. I have taken a variety of substances in the past, searching but never finding. I finally feel I have found what I have been searching for all these years. I still meditate and practice yoga, as well as take the occasional weekend psychedelic. Although I now feel more relaxed when I use them, like I can enjoy the trip more without worrying what I can get out of it. I used to feel like I was always searching while on acid or mushrooms or MDA, MDMA, but now I can just have fun. All of my trips are enjoyable now. All the weight has been lifted off of me, and I am happy. When I hear of people getting upset on psychedelics, I wish I could give them my healing thoughts, but alas, I cannot. Many people jump into drugs for many reasons, but spiritual enlightenment isn't always the point. When they realise how tight and weak their minds are, it can scare them. I feel that my dozen or so years of meditating and mind searching has given me the mental strength to not only handle psychedelics, but also to utilise them as the tools they are. I am now free from searching, and at age 24, know what I believe is the meaning of life. This isn't something I go around preaching, since I know people won't understand or, honestly, even be interested in, but it does give me the hope and power and guidance to live each day the best I can. I don't believe in a heaven like most people do, life after death and meeting loved ones sort of stuff, but I do believe there is something after we die. I guess I'll just have to wait and find out what it is. I'm so happy and grateful to have experienced this. I wish more people were open to psychedelic drugs, to be honest. I know it doesn't make world peace possible, but I do believe it would make everyone's own life a little better. The Swish of the Shashapa, an ayahuasca trip report by Dylan, posted to earwid.org March 5th, 2008.
What we need now are explorers. We need many diaries of many explorers, so we can begin to get a feel for the territory.
Terence McKenna. The search for our spiritual selves is indeed a dangerous endeavour. It is a truly horrifying sight when the shells we occupy during our daily lives are ripped away, if only partially, and we are able to catch fleeting glimpses into a space that is truly indescribable. I speak of scopes and terrains of such immensity and power that our fragile minds are blown away by the sheer force of their existence, their aliveness, and perhaps most disturbing, their indifference. Somewhere within this awesome celestial synchrony of life, we each exist, every one of us, participating in some unknown way. Each act, every step, infused completely with volition, with purpose. In the end, I'll bet, the only thing that makes sense is to find humour in the silliness of our lives, and to laugh at our tenacious efforts to find some meaning and purpose in a place where there is no single truth. In a place where the same leaf can fall off the same tree twice. My experience of ayahuasca took place 4 hours upriver from the jungle city of Iquitos, located in the heart of the Peruvian Amazon. I'd read very little about the plant, but I'd recently read about similar plants and the profound effects created when utilised in the right places, with a proper guide. Ayahuasca is a vine found in the upper Amazon rainforest, in which an extract is taken and mixed with several other local plants to make a drink. It has been used in spiritual rituals among shamanic tribes dating back millennia. I will not go into great detail about the uses of the plant, as all I really want to do is provide an account of my experience partaking in this ritual. What I will say though, however, is that I did not come prepared, as I had not undertaken the proper diet and other body cleansing responsibilities that are usually required before ingesting this plant. The guide at the jungle lodge I was staying at first tried to dissuade me from the experience entirely. It took me 2 days to assure him that I was not simply looking for a new drug experience, and although I had no previous knowledge of the plant, I was approaching the situation with the humbleness, respect, and fear that it deserved. Later in the day, he came and told me that he had spoken to a shaman from a local village, and the ceremony would be performed with me and him alone, beginning at 10 that night. I was disappointed at my reaction, which was rather mild at the time. This is something that I had been coveting for a long time. A pagan ritual with a real shaman involving a hallucinogenic drug propelling me into unknown realms. I remained rather detached the remainder of the day, although I did develop a knot in my stomach that would stay with me for another 5 days. In truth, I was terrified, and a large part of me really wanted to back out. My reaction surprised me as I began to realise how much I had truly come to believe in the legitimacy of what I was going to undertake. Not a few months ago, I would have called myself an atheist. As the time drew near, I realised that the elation and transcendence I had hoped for would not be something easily come by, and that nothing worth having ever comes easy, nor should it. Indeed, this theme would resurface with a pitiless vengeance later that night. I met up with Don Jorge about an hour before the ceremony. He was quiet and very non-assuming. I was not disappointed, as he appeared to have the inner calm and knowing that I fantasized about. There was a ferocity to him, in fact, that I would discover later, but nothing dangerous or sinister. I'd actually come to trust him implicitly. I waited nervously while he prepared the room, a small bungalow at the far end of the lodge. I'd earlier opted out of performing the ceremony at his village given there was no mosquito net, and I would be left exposed and unable to defend myself throughout the night. The lodge guide, Moses, instructed me on certain aspects of the ritual I was to perform. He spoke about his experiences, and continuously asserted that I must concentrate. This was unusual to me, since in my previous psychedelic experiences, it's only when I lost my concentration that the visuals and insights flowed more freely. Focusing too hard on these anomalies would shift me back toward a more normal perspective, and they would laughingly fade into the fog form from when they came. I told him that I was scared. Good, fear is important, I think. You must come to Mother Ayahuasca with respect. Tell yourself that you are going to have a good trip, and perhaps you even will. I silently followed Don Jorge and Moses down a wooden walkway to the farthest corner of the lodge. Other lodge residents, whom I had earlier boasted about my decision, wished me luck, along with several villagers who were hired to drive the boats and maintain the lodge. They wore these mischievous smiles as I passed. I took them as good signs I was about to experience something profound though, and painful, and completely mysterious. They knew that I really had no idea what I was about to experience. I entered the room, took my shoes off, and sat on a mat against the wall. Don Jorge sat about 3 feet in front of me to the right. All the candles were extinguished, except for one located between us. I had a bottle of water, some coca leaves to chew, and a vomit bucket. Moses told me he would be in and out to check on my progress. Don Jorge began to chant and shake a shashapa rattle, a small branch of dried out leaves used as a spirit catcher. I shivered as he began to call up the spirits of ayahuasca. His song was truly beautiful. I felt myself falling into a trance-like state as I followed its hypnotic rhythms. It followed a specific pattern, in which we would finish a verse, drop an octave, and repeat the cadence, then raise 2 octaves, and then finish with the original. The swish-swish of the shashapa rattle blended perfectly with his song. Suddenly he blew out the candle and lit a pipe, filled with a very, very pungent tobacco. He blew 3 times into a bottle containing the ayahuasca, then leaned over and blew smoke over my body. All of this done in perfect unison with the rhythm of this song. He poured me a glass. "Salute, Don Jorge." No thinking now. No backing out. I drank the foul-tasting liquid and fought very hard to keep it down. "Salute, Dylan." Don Jorge tipped back the bottle and drank quite a bit more than he gave me. He leaned in close and began to hit the pipe in a rapid succession, each outward breath coating me in the cleansing smoke. He gave it to me and motioned for me to do the same. I finally sat back and allowed myself to become enraptured by his song. I had about an hour before the fireworks would begin. As I relate my experience to you here, I think it's quite important to note that not all of what I saw and felt was actually available to me at the time. There was way too much to process and encode into memory. And as I've reflected on the experience over the past month, new memories have resurfaced from the time fog. I have slowly been incorporating them into a somewhat coherent flow of events now that I can make more sense of. With that said, everything I'm now about to say is deceiving. It has been dumbed down into a scope that is understandable and workable by my small mind. The worlds in which I entered exist at a point beyond human understanding. I had no concept for and lacked the cognitive capacity to conceptualize the beings that existed in that place. Without a guide, I would imagine the assault of the visions would be even more jumbled, incoherent, and domineering. He had a guiding presence that would draw me away from visions too intense and dark for me to handle in my untrained and undisciplined state. Words are utterly incapable of describing my glimpse into a realm where emotions, thoughts, sound, sight, smell, and tactile sensations lost their distinctive edges, where egos dissolve and merge with the external, where I was a willing and knowing participant in the divine substance that exists inside and out of everything. A place all-encompassing and saturated, completely saturated, with volition and life. The first hour was all waiting though. I sat against the wall immersed in an oppressive darkness listening to Don Jorge sing. His song would change from whistles to a series of blowing noises, back to a mixture of Spanish and the native tongue of Quechua. I began to doubt myself and my right to even be there. I felt fraudulent sitting next to Don Jorge, an unworthy, privileged, condescending foreigner, a descent of the conquering West who mercilessly plagued and nearly eradicated hundreds of such cultures. I thought that Don Jorge should be disgusted with me. He periodically leaned forward to blow smoke on my head, a gesture to cleanse and prepare me for the onslaught of the visions. I became very nervous that I had not yet vomited and was not feeling the effects of the vine. Don Jorge offered me a second glass. "Salute, Don Jorge. Salute, Dylan." I suddenly became aware that I was vomiting, a natural part of the process, mind you, known as purging. By degrees, I realised that I was taking turns with 2 figures sitting on either side of me. We each would purge in turn, and as it progressed, I felt an intimate bond begin to form between us. I actually rather liked them. I was able to anticipate each surge of energy produced before each purge, as if different parts of me were connected to the 2 figures. I remember feeling that this initial cleansing was necessary before I could begin. Suddenly, I remembered that it was only Don Jorge and I in the room. The faces of my 2 comrades materialized. My 2 best friends sat facing me, Mike and Corey. Their faces were clear and more real than it is possible to conjure up in normal imagination. Corey was quite the quintessential Corey, the essence of Corey-ness. Every nuance, every line on his face and movement of his body conveyed meaning. Vivid and alive and so very powerful. We actually began to communicate without words, conversing beyond language, straight to the center of knowing. I knew without a doubt what it conveyed. Our relationship presented itself as a singular feeling. It was right. I watched as all the bullshit our minds created melt away, actually melt away, mind you, visually and viscerally. The focal point or essence of the meaning of our connection emerged amidst melting colours. He leaned forward and blew smoke in my face, and I was overwhelmed by the immensity of it all. I had to physically avert my gaze before I would be consumed. Then I look at Mike. A look of farewell. He abruptly stood up and walked toward the door. He turned to look at me over his right shoulder. As our paths parted, his eyes contained in that very moment the strife and pain and wonder in his life, while simultaneously expressing our relationship with all its struggles and triumphs. I purged, and the pain was excruciating. It took precedence over the visions. I felt regret and lost time, and faded into darkness and agony. Time was no factor, yet much passed before I regained a measure of control. I distantly, so very distantly, heard the soft, soothing rattle of the shashapa. I followed the sound, and felt my spirit moving as if in a windless void, pulled forward by a force unknown. I was compelled to fight through a desire to faint. The sound turned to a pressure on my abdomen. I cut my stomach with my hands to keep the sound close. Each rattle became a colour, and each colour became more brilliant as I drew closer and closer to the source. Suddenly in that moment I became aware of Don Jorge's song, a glorious symphony of light and hope. I wept without tears at the majesty of the sound, and my mind cleared. Following which, I opened my eyes. The room itself was black, yet superimposed on the darkness was what appeared to be an energy grid, a luminescent one, and ever-changing yet constant. It ran through everything in the room, connecting everything in some immeasurable way. I sat for a bit in the colours, enjoying the temporary respite from the intensity of the ayahuasca spirit. If I allowed myself to focus on any one aspect of the energy grid, I would feel it begin to pull me in. I resisted by refocusing my attention on Don Jorge. Each new discovery seemed to happen suddenly without warning. All at once I noticed the sounds of the jungle. I could distinguish specific individualized sounds among the chorus of the jungle life. I honestly could have spent the rest of my life lost in the intricacies and combinations of songs and languages of that beautiful moment. Each sound was its own language, with its own purpose and direction. Each sound had its own corresponding colour and feeling as well. Everything merged and coalesced into an undifferentiated dance of feeling and expression infinitely beyond my ability to grasp. I did know, however, that what I was witnessing was a grand language, with truth upon truth, wrapped and tangled and connected. It was actually aware of me. It was fucking aware of me. A shudder ran through my body. I raised my hands in a defensive posture in an attempt to force back a growing pressure. They shook and danced along with the language of the jungle. A chanting began far off to my right. A soft, almost druid-like sound that grew louder and louder in my awareness. It was a message for me. A singular, discernible, distinct message that I could understand. We conversed, and I was lifted up with it. My mind expanded, and was able to hold multiple concepts and chains of dialogue at once. This was a place remembered, re-experienced from some deep recess in my mind. I was profoundly aware that I had been here before. Again, the intensity of it all grounded me. I realised that the sound I was conversing with were actually frogs. I crashed from the treetops and found myself again purging, frightened and in agony. Don Jorge loomed over me, sucking and draining off the excessive energy, ingesting it himself. He lit the pipe and his eyes glowed orange in the darkness, illuminated and floating in the free air. He passed it to me, and I smoked, immediately purging again. To be honest with you, the next few hours are a blur, and I'm sure the lessons ayahuasca attempted to teach me were too much for me to handle. I mercifully blanked out much of it. People I knew passed before my eyes, floating before me. Each person in turn changed and twisted into a feminine-like deity, facing me, examining me in scrutinous detail. Her eyes were fantastic. She was even talking with me, yet I was refusing to engage her. Her eyes held messages that I could not understand. I quickly learned to push the image away before it pulled me down into another lesson. Yet again and again she came, each time in the form of a person in my life. I resolutely pushed her away. How much I must have missed out on by doing this. I began to beg whoever for the visions to just end. I was drenched in sweat, and my stomach and chest were sore from vomiting. Ayahuasca would not let me go. I felt true despair for the first time in my life. And yet, time passed, I suppose, in which I actually recall much agony. I remember realizing that I had to pass through a doorway located just behind my left shoulder before I would be let out. The moment I decided to go, Don Jorge changed his song. It became angry and menacing. A spirit hand shoved me backwards into a silent darkness. It was in that moment I knew I was actually being given a gift. A presence lingered, pressuring me in the stomach and chest. I was honestly nothing compared to it, this essence of blackness. But in that moment I lost all fear and opened myself, and was shown death. That was my gift. I felt what death was like, or at least the moment before death. I was somber and detached, yet I felt it with a visceralness that I will not experience again until the very moment that I do die. It was transcendent and glorious. It was the ultimate destroyer, soul-crushing, and the consumer of awareness. I loved and loathed it. I thought of it as the ultimate expression of the conflicting forces that make up life and death, without which there could be no existence. It was the source of all things, but only a small part. It played out its role indifferently. It would hear no bargaining. And together we sat for an infinite moment, and I was content without fear. Don Jorge appeared. I was within my own boundaries again now. He'd completed a closing song, running his hands down my head and over my back and chest. I felt the ceremony ending and my everyday ego beginning to return. Moses came back in, who helped me get up and gather my stuff. He conversed with Don Jorge, who silently departed without even a glance. I was drunk and disoriented in that moment. Moses led me back to my room and I felt this warm sensation on the back of my right calf. Eventually I looked down and saw a large tree frog resting on my leg. He jumped to the ledge right in front of me, and my eyes were drawn to him, and for a moment I just stood and stared. Moses chuckled and whispered in my ear, "Jorge says that your spirit animal is the frog." I tried to speak, but I could not form words. And yet again, in that moment, I purged. The Cosmic Joke, Reality as It Is, a 5-MeO DMT trip report by The Seeker, posted to earwood.org, November 23rd, 2020. The process facilitated by 2 experienced guides. 5-MeO DMT powder, vaped, in 3 doses using glass vapor genie. T plus 0 hours, 3 milligrams. 5 minutes, 6 milligrams. 10 minutes, 12 milligrams. The 3 milligram dose I don't remember anything about. The arc of the 6 milligram dose and the 12 milligram dose was essentially the same, the symphony described below. After the 6 milligram dose I said, "Don't let me forget this. I won't forget this, will I?" It was so incredibly clear, and then it started to scatter, and I feared I might forget it, so I immediately went for the 12 milligram dose, which delivered the same experience with infinitely more clarity. In order for the lesson to be received as I received it was psychologically necessary to see it as having been orchestrated and delivered by someone, and my ego, once back online, attributed this skill to my guide. I have since realised that of course she did not orchestrate my inner experience, but to absorb it with the impact I did, that step was necessary. The belief that she did it was a bridge to a fuller understanding of what was learned. Backstory that may be relevant. I'm an American woman in my 50s, with several kids and a successful career in healthcare. I struggled with addiction as a teenager, overcame that, struggled with more compulsive behaviours and addiction since, but they're mostly in check now. I have a lifetime history of anxiety and tendencies towards depression, with at least 2 prolonged periods of major depression in my life, that thankfully are now resolved. I have no particular trauma history, other than the trauma of being an empathic human within this world. I identified as pagan during my 20s, and as a hippie since I went to my first rainbow gathering at 21. I was raised by atheist, leftist, intellectual parents without any particular spiritual direction or tradition. I've lived with ideals of justice, egalitarianism, and freedom as my guiding principles. My highest values are truth, honesty, love, compassion, and integrity. I've been seeking non-dual awakening most of my adult life now. I began studying meditation with a 10-day Vipassana retreat in my 20s, with a meditation practice that could be described as sporadic at best since that time. I gradually dropped any identification with paganism, aside from deep reverence for the natural world, and would describe myself as a secular Zen Buddhist, sort of, if a label were needed. I've gone on 2 one-week-long silent meditation retreats with Adyashanti in the past 10 years, and I've read every book I can find on the topic of non-dual awakening in that time. I believe in the scientific method and eschew magical thinking in all its forms, and yet I cannot accept materialism as a logical explanation for what is. It makes less and less sense to me the longer I live. I've lately found monistic idealism, as described by Bernardo Kastrup, to be the most intellectually satisfying explanation for what reality really is. I've been using psychedelics as a tool for understanding reality in earnest for the past 3 years. I've found the most insights from psilocybin, ketamine, and MDMA. I have experiences with LSD, MDA, and NDMT, and various other less interesting drugs though. I was a stoner for years, but I've no interest in marijuana for at least 20 years now. I have read every book and article I can find on 5-MeO-DMT in the past 3 years, and have been seeking this molecule like the holy grail in that time. It has taken 3 years to come to me. This was the correct time frame. It never was up to me. I've read many awakening experiences and never had one of my own, not really. My deepest, most secret, and shameful fear has always been that I am deluding myself, and that perhaps there is actually no truth that can be known, or that I am for some reason not worthy or capable of knowing it. My terror was that I might die without ever having been absolutely sure of anything at all. The symphony in movements. The deconstruction. As the smoke leaves my lungs and gentle fractals whirl extremely rapidly, awareness focuses into a tunnel heading towards a point. I've been training for this my whole life, is my last thought in words. Every life experience is instantly seen as relevant and then discarded, peeled away, released, into a gem of meaning consolidated into the elegant unified path of understanding unfolding within. All identities released, all self-inquiry absorbed, all non-dual intellectual understandings metabolized, all meditation experiences understood, all psychedelic lessons integrated. The pinnacle. Everything falls away. The sum total of my life's quest is balanced on a tiny silent pinnacle, and there is no further path ahead. A feeling of uncertainty, apprehension, nowhere to turn. What now? A pause. The void. The pinnacle vanishes. The gem of the sum total of my life's quest silently goes poof. There is nothing. There is nothing. There is nothing. The sensation is abject. Utterly lost. No one to orient and no experience to orient to. Drifting, writhing with utter helplessness in the void. There is no coming back from here. It was nothing all along. This is not a metaphor. This is the absolute reality. There is no one to have an emotion, but if there were, it would be one of existential horror and futility and ultimate aloneness. The gathering of energy. From the writhing, helpless drifting, energy begins to swirl and grow and gather, colours of deep blue and purple, like liquid metal, swirling in a cosmic whirlpool, pressure growing, all the energies of the void collapsing together with incredible velocity and infinite force. There is something again. That which would orient tries to find the orientation to the rising energy as it grows to infinite intensity and focuses into a singular point. The singularity, the realization, the ultimate irreversible surrender. The energy collapses into a singularity containing all of space and time and awareness. Absolute pure reality as it is. Utter certainty. The I am. Surprise, shock, realization, ecstasy, as the single pure shining high note of reality as it is shatters the person, destroys it with joy, with no turning back. This is all that matters. This is all that is. Transcendent understanding. Absolute certainty. All that once seemed important is moot here at the end of the story. Everywhere and nowhere. The understanding is embraced with urgency and abandon. The obviousness is overwhelming. At the core of reality there is ultimate certainty. This is worth every sacrifice, and surrender is total. The supernova of reality as it is. The singularity gives birth to reality as it is in a supernova, a bit like a cosmic orgasm. Reality as it is without orientation. All prior concepts are seen as pure illusion, laughable, hilarious in fact. The idea that a person's ideas about reality have any relevance to anything at all is fucking hilarious. The idea that there is something to be attained is fucking hilarious as well. I get it. The full force of the joke hits me now. The mastery of the setup, destruction, and revelation hits me. My guide is holding my hand, smiling a smile that confirms to me at the deepest level what I already know, which is this truth can never be unseen. Nothing has ever mattered, and that this is the cosmic joke, and it was masterful. Not a step was missed, not a motion wasted in the execution of this lesson. The impact has destroyed me, and I am so grateful, and I just say to her fiercely, that was perfect. You are a master. You're a fucking artist. The fall and the impossibility of anything mattering. Identity returns and, well, it is meaningless. It is hilarious. The idea that the only true thing in existence once seen could be forgotten is hilarious. Everything is hilarious. I laugh and laugh and laugh. Every idea that occurs to me is just the funniest thing ever. The idea that anything could ever have mattered is stupidly funny. I laugh and writhe and kick my feet. I feel totally naked now. All lies and self-deception are destroyed because, well, who would lie to whom? How would we ever fake anything? Nothing matters. I'm reborn into truth. I'm liberated. Oh, thank you, thank you, thank you, I say. Ideas and concepts are drifting tatters around me, and I understand why people act so unpredictable and crazy after they smoke 5-MeO. It's impossible to self-censor. There is no one to censor. It cannot be done. The I that emerges is not the one who went in now. Nothing will ever be the same, and this is clear. I laugh and laugh and laugh for half an hour at least, my beloveds looking on with love and questions and a bit of apprehension in their eyes. I can't tell them. This cannot be told. Only my guide knows now. You are a fucking artist, you know, I tell her again, needing to express this in some way. I've never had a psychedelic experience like that. That's what I've been looking for. Thank you. Thank you. I'm now done. I never need to have another experience in my life. This was it. The after effects. The effect of this destruction has been overwhelming. I was deeply blessed to have an amazing community of chosen family with me on this retreat, who have held me as I laugh and cry and am unable to cook or eat or even hold a conversation. There are layers upon layers of understandings unfolding. There has been joy and fear and ongoing reactivations in which the sensation of part of the experience overcomes me. This has occurred in others as well. This molecule is not a drug. I do not recommend this for partiers, thrill seekers, or mildly curious psychonauts. I'm only at the beginning of this process, 1 week in. Not sure how I'll be able to function at work tomorrow for my first day back since this experience. Everything has changed in ways I just cannot understand. But there is no undoing this, and this is what I wanted. I cannot stress enough how absolutely important it is for physical, psychological, and spiritual safety to do this with an experienced guide and a strong, trusted container of supportive people to hold you afterwards. I do moderate to high dose psychedelics in my bedroom with my partner on the regular. One of the things I shouted hysterically in my uncontrolled laughter at the end of this experience was, "Imagine doing this alone in your bedroom." Gales of laughter. This one is real. I have long believed that the quote below is true. I hoped, I trusted, but now I know. Knowing is different. You live in illusion and the appearance of things. There is a reality. You are that reality. When you understand this, you see that you are nothing, and being nothing, you are everything. That is all. Kalu Rinpoche. Face of a Goddess. A Salvia Divinorum at 20x and 60x trip report by Jeebus Black. Posted to earwid.org April 24th, 2012. During the early hours of December 14th, 2007, I went on 2 trips into Salvia space by way of 2 different extracts. The first being 20x, the second a much more powerful force of 60x that I hadn't experienced before. The plan, carried out, was to have a brief stint into Salvia space with 20x, testing the waters so to speak, and within the hour of come down, take a trip with 60x. My testing the waters with 20x was a nice trip, starting by me taking a nice large drag from the bong, lighting the salvia with flame most of the time until all I saw left was fine grey ash, then holding and exhaling after about 20 to 30 seconds, quickly putting the bong and lighter down, and laying back. I left my eyes open for much of the trip, and not having taken enough to truly encompass my senses, was awarded only a brief stint into the rotating kaleidoscopic image of faces continuously opening their mouths beyond the normal limits, exposing a black abyss beyond. From my perspective, the faces were quite enormous, and towards the end of the trip, the primary visuals of the trip formed into the ceiling fan of the room, the fan blades being the abyssal opening mouths, the golden arms attaching to the fan motor emerging from what was white teeth, the centre being the kaleidoscopic collage of faces. I was slowly eased out of the trip. Audio hallucination consisted of the background repeated statement, "I can't find the password," over and over again, in the muffled speech pattern of a male. Looking over to my sitter, I saw him smirk just slightly, and began laughing as if in response to something quite funny. Calming down, I looked over to him again, and he looked up at the wall behind me very briefly, which made the still not so cognitive me find something hilarious on the wall, and began laughing too. At this point, I'm relatively sure I hallucinated a ceiling daisy-shaped screw thing on the wall. Just one, which I thought was the course of the humour. This trip wasn't like that of the previous trips, where the laughter felt plastic and fake, but it actually felt genuine, like my first real trip with this drug. After calming down, I, sitting up, and still on the trip, began to explain to my sitter the specifics of my trip. We conversed for a while, and my sitter eventually got up to leave the room, but first quickly flicked the lights in the room on and off. Experienced with salvia as he is, he knew what he was doing. And this provided my world an explosion of small, round kaleidoscopes of faces, in place of the after images of the room. To be honest, it was quite an interesting effect. Between my 2 trips, my sitter had a go with 20x. From my trip to after his trip and come down, we apparently experienced a bit of time dissociation, as we found we had gone an hour, and thought it had been a fair bit less of time. It's weird that we'd taken salvia at different times but still had the same time issue strike us. My blasting off into salvia space of 60x was awesome. I took a massive drag from the bong, and held it probably not as long as I should have, perhaps 15 to 25 seconds. While holding in the first drag, I set the lighter down on the nightstand next to the bed, knowing this stuff was going to strike fast. Exhaling, I took in what was left in the chamber, observing the bit of salvia still burning, a glow bright before extinguishing, and being replaced by fine white ash. I went to put the bong down on the nightstand. This is where the memory gap begins, filled by the sitter. I failed to have the bong reach the surface of the stand, instead dropping it to the floor in transit. I abruptly lay back and had a little blackout time. I sat up, and this is the end of the memory gap. As I understand it now, my consciousness fought to remain out of the trip. I pulled at the blankets beneath me and began sliding one leg off of the bed, when a break in the stormy mind of me brought a bit of cognitive stability, and I made the realization that I was unintentionally fighting the trip by keeping open my eyes. Closing my eyes, I began to have a small bit of hallucination. The problem that arose in this situation, though, and which I now realise has always been an issue with me and my trips, was that I didn't really trust my senses, in that I was questioning as to whether or not I was actually hallucinating or, which doesn't seem logical due to my having known I had just taken a drug, either seeing after images of light from when my eyes were open, and I quickly shut my eyes, or experiencing a runaway imagination. After letting go of the question and forcefully mentally telling myself it was the drug and not my imagination, I drifted into seeing some quite interesting visuals, consisting of the normal kaleidoscope of open-mouthed faces of quite a large size. But the evolution of this trip was a panning out from these specific faces to include thousands of faces, revolving in place. And in general, they were being perceived as a giant plane that had the ability to change form as if like a piece of pin art, where each pin sits at a specific elevation to mimic almost any form pressed into it. Each kaleidoscopic image represented a pinhead, and as one, they all rippled and changed. In a significant part of the trip, the pin art lookalike plane of kaleidoscopic faces pushed upwards and created the image of a smiling female face. I marked this as a significant part of the trip. It was quite detailed and rather pleasant to see. In approximately the same instance, a wave rippled over the smiling face. The wave wasn't so much from a changing elevation of the pin art-like plane, but from the kaleidoscope of faces individually flipping in place, revealing a second side to them, devoid of colour, unlike the other sides of the small images which were yellow, tan, and brown. Unlike the refracted kaleidoscope facial images, this part of the trip had a more natural feel to it. I think it's odd to say in light of the grayscale imagery I experienced at that moment, but it had less of a mechanical feel about it. It was at this point I was about 50% cognitive and was voicing my opinions of the trip as it had so progressed to my sitter, attempting to convey the extreme intensity and power of the trip, and, of course, what I could do at that time and see, although I hadn't quite processed all the imagery myself at the time. By this time, I was firmly pressing my hands against my eyes, as one would press against the glass of a window for a better view. The mental scene changed imagery past this point into the trip to an overhead view of parallel pillars still composed of fractal faces. The overhead view was a moving one, going in between the pillars at a high distance, and made for quite an interesting effect. My trip sitter thought it prudent at this point to speak. He had obviously understood by now I was mostly cognitive, and I wasn't going to have a bad reaction to his voice. He asked me if he could say something. His voice altered my visuals in such a way as to produce one pillar in my vision moving independently of the others having themselves not been moving in the first place, and unlike the others, composed of a great many white daisies. Of course, I told him he could say something, an attempt on my part to recreate the variable that which had effect on my visuals, and he proceeded to do something to the extent of saying, "Hi Stephen," which I can't recall having done anything profound to the visuals at that point. The visuals eventually began to fade, and I gave up on holding my eyes shut, instead recapping to my sitter what had happened. Throughout the trip, there was no true audio hallucinations, more like a feeling of pressure on my ears with perhaps a steady deep background noise. In all, the main part of the trip lasted 15 minutes, which was an oddity by itself considering I often have trips as short as 3 minutes, to usually as long as maybe 6. The come down afterwards was a brief half an hour, and was a rather euphoric and happy time for me, definitely a result of the drug. All in all, it was an intensely powerful trip that, in recap, was one of the most pleasant I've actually been through. I learnt this trip through that my rating system of trips had been previously wrong, a scale of 1 through 6 as described on the internet, and that while most of this trip would have been considered a 3 on said scale, closed-eyed visuals, not so much so regarding open-eyed, it was more powerful than anything from before it. I learned, abiding by this system, only can hold myself back, and that when blasting off to salvia space, I should simply let go and close my eyes, not looking for total open-eyed immersion that I've experienced before. Additionally, I came to understand that my questioning whether the trip is actually a hallucination or whether or not it was my imagination run wild was an example of fighting my trip, and that it too only holds me back. I need to accept better and not reject so readily. Overall, an awesome experience. The happiest ending to a horrifying trip. A mushroom trip report by Julia, posted to earwid.org July 1st, 2020. No problem can be solved from the same level of consciousness that created it. Albert Einstein. Trip background. Names throughout the story have been changed to respect their privacy. My friend Dale and I were planning on doing large doses of mushrooms together. Our friend Missy was to be our sober supervisor, to help us if we needed anything at all that night. Dale planned on taking 6 grams, and I planned on taking 3.5. More than I had ever taken before though. I am well versed in the 0.5 to 1.5 gram world, but was nervous about taking this much following a mildly disturbing trip a week prior with roughly 2 grams. I'd skipped dinner, but had a big lunch about 5 hours before the trip. I felt more confident having Missy there, as she is well experienced and a very calm presence to have around. Here's some personal background. I'm a single 24-year-old woman living a relatively happy life far away from home. I'm active, have wonderful friends, and I love my work. During college, I'd come to terms with my depression that has basically been with me my entire life. My mum died when I was 12 from breast cancer and a brain tumour. She was first diagnosed with this when I was just 6 years old, meaning about half of my life with her was just spent caregiving for her and a terminal disease. The rest of my adolescence was spent trying to fill the role of the woman of the house and channeling all of my emotions into schoolwork. Of course, it wasn't all bad, but it definitely wasn't great. Following college, I moved across the country and almost immediately rescued a dog from the shelter. I've no doubt that he was my soulmate if there ever was one. Roughly a year after adopting him, he became sick with what eventually was diagnosed as jaw cancer. I had to put him down last summer. This was a major setback in my journey trying to tackle my depression. Losing him was the hardest thing I've ever gone through. More on this later. The intention of this trip was relatively innocent. Following some personal frustrations of a budding relationship, I realised that I love torturing myself when it comes to dating. I like to go for men that I know deep down, but won't admit I'm probably too good for. I fall for them anyway too hard, then end up being crushed by them after short periods of time. I grossly overthink things and get carried away with my hopes and expectations before they are ever even communicated. Yet I never learn and always go back for more. So the question I wanted to ask the mushrooms that night was, why do I like to torture myself so much? The journey they took me on to answer this question went far deeper than I ever thought was possible. The experience. I came up fast and started to hallucinate about half an hour after eating the mushrooms. I was very happy and energetic. I played outside in the rain, hung out in my garden, talking to and touching my flowers, listened to some happy bluegrass music, and chatted with Dale and Missy. I sang along to my music, danced a little bit, and played a little bit of guitar with Dale. Eventually Dale told me I wanted to be alone for a little while, so that left me to refocus and remember the intention of my trip in the first place. Missy told me that she was concerned I wasn't tripping as hard as she thought 3.5 grams should make me after 2 hours. She mentioned the possibility of giving me a little bit more. I was scared to take more because I was already having a great time socialising and remembered my uncomfortable trip from the previous weekend. And I was also scared to be alone, now that Dale was doing his own thing. I misconstrued the original intention of my trip and got in my head that the purpose of my trip was actually to face my fears head on. Well, I was scared to eat more mushrooms, and I was scared to be alone. So, I figured I should probably eat more mushrooms and go be alone. Missy gave me 1.5 more grams, and I retreated to my bedroom to eat them and see what they would tell me to do. I heard Dale playing Pink Floyd while Missy was measuring out my mushrooms for me, and I figured that was a good idea. When I got to my room, I asked Missy to cue up The Dark Side of the Moon, and my mind was completely blown. I was so happy listening to it at full volume, dancing around and singing in my colourful bedroom to an album that was a huge part of my childhood. I had thoughts of me, and realised that I am important, and that it was okay to focus on me right now. I remembered how much I love to sing, and how big of a role music plays in my life. I had thoughts of, I am loved, I do love, I am love, while dancing, and I repeated this mantra to myself very often. I've always been scared of the album The Wall. For one, it's a terrifying album to begin with, but now it triggers lots of uncomfortable and painful memories. I asked Missy to cue the album up in its entirety after The Dark Side of the Moon, because I was still convinced that I needed to face all of my deepest fears that night. The songs Mother and Comfortably Numb have always been difficult for me to listen to since my mother's passing. After losing my mum, my dad still played and sang Mother on his guitar all the time, and I never told him how much it truly bothered me. I bought The Wall when I was in middle school, and I vividly remember going directly to the hospital from the record store to proudly show it off to my mum and play it for her. She was barely lucid, and she tried to sing along to Comfortably Numb with me while holding my hand, and I was determined to listen to the album that terrifies me the most during this trip. I felt that if I could make it through the whole album, I could beat whatever was wrong with me. While The Dark Side of the Moon was still playing, I started looking through an old notebook on my nightstand that had started as a dream journal. This became a regular journal, and had eventually petered out to serve as random scrap paper for various notes and scribbles over the past year or so. I knew that I had written some very angry passages about a man I was previously involved with, who was a very, very bad guy. This man had degraded me, shattered my sexual self-esteem, and had left me emotionally scarred in too many ways to count. I was determined to go back and read the words I hadn't thought about since they were written. I felt as if I needed to relive these evil experiences to beat them or move on from them. On the way to find those passages, I read about a dream I wrote about the 9th anniversary of my mother's death. It seemed like a happy dream with great friends and happy memories. It even mentioned snuggling and playing with my childhood dog, who we had lost about 6 years prior to the dream. This got me thinking about my own dog that I'd lost to cancer at 3 years old, less than a year ago. I asked Missy and Dale to grab me my box of his things out the garage so I could smell him and feel him with me. I felt that if I let out all my emotions about my dead dog right there and then, that I would be able to move on and be okay. Then The Wall started, and I was elated. I was so excited to be tackling this album, these songs that had been haunting me for over half of my life. I continued dancing around and yelling and singing. Mother eventually came on, and I instantly got sad. I went to the bathroom, stayed there for a little while, then made myself go back into the bedroom. I needed to get through this album. I finally turned the music down a little bit. My sadness had turned into fear and panic. I was sweating uncontrollably and needed to do something about it. I brought the music to the dark bathroom and took a cold shower. I returned to my room, soaking wet, naked and freezing, standing in front of my fan, running full blast. I looked at my warm and cozy bed, but wouldn't let myself get in it. I looked at the warm and cozy clothes that I had laid out for myself before the trip, but would not let myself put them on. I was shivering, and the scary music was still playing. I finally, physically, took a step backwards, and realised that I was literally, physically torturing myself. In that moment, I told myself that this is what I needed to be doing in order to get through this miserable album. After a bit of this, I eventually put a t-shirt on and decided enough was enough. I made my way to Missy's room and tried to explain to her what had been going on. I felt myself starting to go into a panic attack. She got me into bed with her, held me, soothed me, and eventually I let myself give in while realizing it is okay to need people sometimes. Missy asked me lots of questions that I did not have the capacity to answer. All I could get across was that I was feeling bad, dark energies. No one thing in particular, not even a scattering of thoughts, just bad. She told me that we should reset my surroundings and play some calmer music and turn some lights on. But we didn't make it that far. She posted up in the living room with me and started hearing me out. I then experienced every wave of emotion. I told Missy things about my mother that I hadn't told anyone before or barely even dared to think about. I am so scared of forgetting my mother. However, my most vivid memories of her are extremely traumatizing and horrifying and excruciatingly hard to think about. I finally accepted that I am traumatized. Instead of denying it or insisting that being tough means I can't be affected by trauma, I am deeply affected by this trauma, and always will be. I cried fully and deeply about my dog, and everyone I have lost in this life and how it is so hard to continue living without them here. Missy reminded me that darkness is just a curtain. All you need to do is pull it aside to see the light. I admitted that I have had passive suicidal thoughts, i.e. long drives home at night as a teenager, thinking what if I just keep driving straight off the road instead of turning with this curve. Hell, I even had that thought last week driving down a Colorado mountain pass at 10 p.m. Missy told me she does not believe that these are in fact suicidal thoughts. She told me she believes that I know how fragile life is more than anyone, and that I realise how something I actually hold so precious could be gone in an instant. Finally admitting these thoughts that have existed for years to myself and out loud immediately removed a massive weight off my chest. I realised that Missy was absolutely right, that I truly love life, and that I never have had thoughts of how I won't be missed, how nobody truly loves me, how the world will be better off without me in it, etc., because I know that I am truly loved by those in my life. Things are slowly starting to come together here. Thoughts of, I am loved, I do love, I am love, make their way back into my mind. Missy, still sitting there with me, was living proof that I am loved. We continued talking about my hard-ass upbringing and a strict, emotionless family. We also talked about the good things in my upbringing. Throughout the trip, I realised more and more how influential music truly has been in my life. My dad plays guitar and loves to sing, and our house was always filled with music. He and I even had a game we would play in the car when a song came on the radio. The first one to correctly name the song and band won. Over the years, I started to beat him more and more often, and I still remember when he finally admitted that my musical education is complete. I was so proud. My brother is an insanely talented musician. He's one of those genius types you only see in movies or read about in books. He's heavily influenced my musical taste and standards. I played in the school band growing up, but mostly I loved singing in the jazz choir and singing to myself. I am terribly self-conscious of my voice though, for no good reason. But singing makes me happy, and I'm going to do it more from now on. I want to be a creator, and finally get serious about learning how to play guitar well enough to sing along and play some simple jams with friends. I realised I have recently given up on learning guitar because I'm coming to terms with actually missing a man that I was with this past winter. He meant more to me than I wanted to admit, and his leaving hurt me more than I wanted to admit. He was a wonderful guitar player with a wonderful voice, and I loved the music he brought into my world, and I do miss him terribly. But I only hope the best for him now. Falling asleep that night, I thought about him once more. Even though I miss him, he hurt me in a big way, and I do not deserve to have anyone in my life that can treat the people that care about them so very badly. Missy continuously asked why I'm so mean to and hard on myself. I admitted that I don't want to be happy. I can say I want to be happy all I want, but I know it's not true. I recalled 2 recent events of close friends telling me how generous they think I am. I don't see myself this way, and admit that I don't actually want to. I told her more about losing my dog. She commented on all the parallels between caregiving for him and ultimately losing him to cancer, just like with my mum. I hysterically cried more and more, and felt more weight being released from my chest. I had jokingly thrown out, while drinking with buddies a couple times over the past few weeks, that losing my dog was the hardest thing I have ever gone through. I'd been thinking about it more, immediately feeling guilty because, how could losing a dog be worse than losing a parent? Then, in that moment, I came to realise it is the honest-to-God truth. Though losing my mother was excruciatingly painful and will forever haunt me, I know I always have my family to fall back on. I always had and always will have my brother and dad. I went through it with both sets of my grandparents, my aunts and uncles and cousins, all of my friends and all of her friends. She was so very loved by everyone who knew her, and we all suffered this loss together. When it came to caretaking for and losing my dog, I had never felt more alone. He was mine and mine alone. No one had, and no one could, ever understand the relationship we shared. He was my responsibility. I was supposed to take care of him and save him, but I could not. No matter what I did, I couldn't save him. I was his mother, and I failed him. At some point, Comfortably Numb came on in the background. I told Missy the story of my mum in the hospital, and she offered to change it for me. I told her no, and we listened to it together. While we continued to talk, the rest of the war finished quietly in the background. I made it through the album that scares me the most of all. All I needed was a friend by my side. Things got better from there. My panic had completely subsided by this time, and I was ready to listen to Missy's guidance. She told me I should think about treating myself like a little kid. How would you feel if you treated your 8-year-old self like you treat yourself now? I told her, I would feel like a complete monster. She asked me all of the right questions and helped me to reflect on everything I had learnt during the trip. What fascinates me the most is the way the mushrooms had to make me physically torture myself to make me understand how I'm treating myself emotionally. I realised that my self-torture is much deeper than superficial boy problems. I mentally torture myself in every way and refuse to let myself be happy, because I'm so comfortable and familiar with my misery. I'm stuck in this depressive cycle with no desire to get out. And I now realise that it is harder for me to be happy than sad or angry. So if I can't be happy, then I might as well focus on making myself miserable, because at least then I'm in control of something. I am so proud of myself for removing myself from my wet, naked, shivering, overstimulated and terrified state, and getting warm and seeking help in my friends. It feels very symbolic in that I never have to be alone if I don't want to be. I don't have to continuously torture myself or beat myself up, because it is a truly miserable state to be in, and I hated feeling trapped in that situation, just like I've been feeling trapped in my own depressive cycle. Now, I know that all I have to do is ask for help, and my friends who love me will be more than willing. It is okay to need people. It is okay to not be okay. It's how you handle not being okay that matters. It is impossible to fully describe how empowering, powerful, moving, humbling, transformative and life-changing this trip was for me. In short, my takeaways from this journey are that I need to start treating myself how I treat my friends, because I am a wonderful friend. If I wasn't, I would not have so many amazing and loving people in my life. Music is everything. Love is everything. I am loved, I do love, I am love. I need to be kinder to myself. Ego and self-love are in fact different things. Self-love is not selfishness. The way to beat your demons is not with anger. Facing them head-on does not need to be malicious, spiteful or hateful. My demons are a part of me, and therefore I must love them like I love myself. Approach them calmly, and work with them to free myself of them forever. This trip was by no means a cure-all, but it has given me endless things to think about and work on and towards. Once you get the message, hang up the phone. I wrote a quick journal entry at the end of the night before bed. I thought it was incredibly sweet and I'd love to share it. I love singing, and mushrooms and Missy. Sing more, actually learn guitar. Love on your demons, instead of feeling like you need to tackle them. Facing things doesn't need to be angry or scary. You can have a nice, rational and loving conversation with them, and just tell them to go away, please. I love you. I fell asleep with a smile on my face, for the first time that I can remember. Changed my life for the better. An AL Lad trip report by Silent Roller from the Blue Light collection, posted to earwid.org February 8th, 2017. This is a trip report detailing my most recent experience with 300 micrograms of AL Lad last week. I'd been on a bit of a self-destructive streak for the past week or two, having done cocaine the night before and MDMA on the 3rd of January, after a 4-month break obviously. 10:45 AM. I wake up from the night before and open the curtains to discover it was a gorgeous sunny day. After showering and changing, I decided I was in a F it sort of mood, and as I hadn't done any AL in months and months, I almost was on autopilot dropping 2 by 150 microgram tabs of AL Lad, the highest dose I'd ever taken of this compound at this point. I'd only previously done 150 microgram doses. Again, this was the self-destructive streak coming through. 11:15 AM. I have ventured outside at this point and am simply enjoying walking around on this lovely sunny Sunday morning. I begin to feel a slight numbness in my legs, akin to pins and needles, and the bright sun is now even brighter to the point where I have to shield my eyes to see. Right about now, I decide to pop into the local Spar to buy some food supplies for the trip, and immediately I notice that the interior of the shop is unusually bright, and the sweet wrappers seem to be standing out unusually so from the shelves, to the point where I had to look away. It was almost like I was trying to take in too much visual information at once. 11:30 AM. I bump into a university friend who is enjoying a morning walk along the promenade, and I decide to walk with him, as I thought it would be best to head up to an old castle that overlooks the town and the sea. Plus, it's just a beautiful place to sit in general. The body load has become significantly more apparent at this point, as my body is feeling rather odd, coupled with a sense of time dilation. It felt like it had been 11:30 for about an hour. Again, the rolling sea waves and rising sun begin to take on a shimmer, and I feel compelled to stop and stare out to sea to simply capture this beauty. It's worth noting that I'm coming up extremely hard at this point, as I'm struggling to feel my legs and body for that matter. Yet it feels like I have been lifted slightly above my limbs. 11:45 AM. I say goodbye to my friend, and I turn off the promenade to walk up a steep but short side path to where the old castle is perched upon a hill. It is here I realise that walking is becoming quite a challenge, and that my sense of time is gone. I don't know how to describe it any other way, other than if I am walking down a straight bit of road, it feels like I've been walking down the road for a long time, and the road seems stupidly long, even if the distance is actually quite short. I'm not sure if that makes sense, but hopefully someone will know what I mean. Midday. I've reached the castle now, and I notice that everything is taking on a jelly-like, wavy appearance. Looking out over the town, I notice that houses in the distance are starting to flow into each other, and that the few clouds that exist in the sky are starting to take on the shape of ships as they appear to lift from the sky and float towards my face, almost like a 3D film. I decide to put some headphones in and take a seat in front of a World War II memorial monument that overlooks the sea and the town. I notice a few wreaths of poppies that have been laid to remember those who we lost. I smile to myself as I am filled with a sense of pride, but also loss for the men who gave their lives. I'm really starting to notice the tiny details at this point, as individual blades of grass gently wave in the wind and the monument appears to morph, and each individual stone starts increasing, then decreasing in size. I'm struggling slightly with the body load, and I decide to take a seat on a bench in front of the memorial, as I'm starting to get dissociated and confused in my surroundings. 12:30 PM? At this point I start to feel rather intimidated, as I've lost all concept of time, and I'm struggling to see for the traces and the fact that everything is wobbling like jello. I realise that I am trapped on this bench, as I lack the coordination to walk around at the moment. I'm struggling to work out what way is up. I decided to change the music on my iPod to something smoother. I think I had hardstyle playing at the time. So I decided to play Smooth by Santana. This eases some anxiety and causes a huge surge of euphoria to come rushing from my toes to my head. However, I realised that if I changed the song to anything other than the one playing, I got terrible anxiety. So, I ended up listening to this song on repeat for the whole duration of the trip. 12:45 PM. Things take a bit of a serious turn at this point, as the visuals are increasing rapidly and I begin to have no sense of my body. Start to feel overwhelmed and slightly scared as I feel things start to slip. At this point, I'm starting to shit bricks and trying to stay calm by focusing on the music, but it just keeps building. I decided to take 2 milligrams of Valium to keep a lid on the anxiety, and I struggled to even get the pill out of my pocket, I was tripping so hard. Thankfully, this helped for the rest of the trip, and it didn't take away from the experience at all. 1 to 3 PM. What happened between these hours will probably stay with me for the rest of my life. To begin with, it started like a time-lapse in a film, where I watched humanity rebuild itself around the war monument. I saw children rebuild the pyramids of Egypt before a tidal wave washed them away in front of my eyes. I felt as if I was sitting on this bench, and the world had sped up around me, and I was watching history in fast forward. I then saw myself sitting in front of the statue with all the drugs and alcohol I had consumed over the past few weeks, and I felt a sense of sorrow and regret for what I had done. Suddenly, I looked at my hands and they aged into those of an old man, as I was overcome with a feeling of intense sadness. I cried, and God knows what I must have looked like if someone had seen me sitting on this bench. Thankfully, the castle grounds are empty. And as I looked at the empty space next to me on the bench, I was overcome with a sense of loneliness. A rose then grew from the handles of the bench and morphed into my now deceased best friend. He committed suicide 3 years ago. And he sat with me momentarily and smiled, and all the sadness and anxiety that had built so far in the trip had vanished. The horizon then appeared to split into two, with each mirroring the image of the other. This was rather disorientating, but peaceful. However, I found myself actually revolving around the statue while sitting on the bench. I can only assume this was some kind of out-of-body experience, as the ground actually started twisting and the bench I was sat on turned upside down. By now, I realised I was absolutely gone, and I had this feeling of being frightened and reassured at the same time. The monument was now morphing, blowing with the wind and becoming detached from the ground. I sat in awe with a sense of nothing but peace. It felt as if my ego had dissolved as I watched the rays of sun arc above the monument as diamond fractals started to fall from the sky. Around this time, I decided to phone my mate who lived nearby and asked him to come and sit with me, and perhaps even navigate me to another spot. I found it very hard to speak on the phone, but he was in good spirits and decided to come and help me and bring me food. I'd been sitting on this bench for hours and had forgotten to eat. Around 3 PM, my friend arrives with some food he had brought for me, and I asked him to perhaps take me to another spot so I could enjoy the scenery. As he helped me down the steps of the castle, I noticed that everything looked like it was drawn as if it was a cartoon, and all the cars, buildings and pavements were cel-shaded, but appeared to be made of Play-Doh. I found this rather amusing, but peaceful at the same time. A side note, I noticed throughout the experience, the AL lad gave me slight kidney pain at some points, but I can't be sure if that was simply from not drinking or sitting for too long. 4-ish. The sun was starting to go down over the seafront at this point, and I asked my friend if we could venture to the promenade to look at the sea. When I arrived, I was struck with possibly one of the most incredible sights I've ever seen. The horizon had become like a fishbowl, almost like a panorama image, and as I stood on the edge of the promenade, I felt as if the sea stretched out for miles, and that I could reach out. It even felt like being in a giant dome. This, coupled with the sunset, was truly incredible. At 4:30 PM, we walked along the promenade and I began to see the wind. I saw the wind visually blow down the streets, and every object it touched swayed slightly. The clouds then opened and rays of sun arched across the seafront and formed a kaleidoscope fractal that resonated with the gentle gusts of wind. I have no words for this, and doubt I ever will. 5 to 6 PM. Things are winding down, although I'm still getting some rather intense jelly-like wibbling around objects, especially in my house. On the way back down the seafront, I saw my friend glow with a pink aura, which I associated with our strong friendship and the kindness that he showed me today. Unfortunately, the only downside to this trip report is the fact that upon arriving back at my house and attempting to tidy my room in a tripped out and valid state, I dropped my remaining 15 tabs of AL Lad down the toilet. However, in a sense, that is immaterial. This trip taught me to not only feel better about myself, but also to love myself and others, cherish my closest friends, and enjoy new friendships and opportunities that come along with them, as you never know how long they will be around for. I am happy to say that the afterglow of this trip was equally as amazing, and I actually flushed my last few bits of MDMA down the toilet, as it has removed my desire to consume any substances for a long while. I've never felt so refreshed and alive in such a very, very long time, and it's all thanks to you, AL Lad. Womb of Everlasting Light. A DXM, DPT, DMT, cannabis and metaxalone trip report by Catfish Rivers. Posted to earwid.org February 17th, 2002. Blowing my mind had not been on the agenda for the evening, despite the fact that I had already ingested DXM and smoked DPT concurrently. I've been fiddling with mid-sized doses of DXM as a base point from which to propel my DPT experience lately, which worked rather well. I had some leftover cannabis that had become saturated in the DPT freebase oil of a previous experiment. I'd saved these leftovers in a plastic container for several weeks, so as not to waste anything. I fear that all too soon that these compounds will dissipate into the fog of memory, in light of recent developments in the research community. Perhaps the general malaise in knowing that the scene is dying had led me to a recent lapse in maintaining any semblance of scientific methodology to my experiments. A sort of anomie of the soul, letting myself swish wistfully away in the chemical currents of the last wave. Why bother keeping notes if these substances are soon to wither up and disappear? It was that type of thinking that led to the following experience, as I had not properly labelled the contents of that plastic container. But I'm jumping too far ahead of myself here. 9:42 PM. Approximately 450 milligrams of DXM was swallowed in a gel cap with Diet Pepsi. I had taken 2 muscle relaxers, Scalaxin 400 milligrams, earlier in the day, which was 5.5 hours prior to the DXM. That was prescribed by my doctor for muscle spasms in my back. I'm not sure if they influenced the experience or not, but they were in my system nonetheless. I'm planning on smoking some DPT freebase oil once the DXM kicks in. I'm hoping that this night will yield an outburst of music creativity, as both DXM and DPT have that effect on me on their own, as well as together. Previous experiments at lower levels of DXM with DPT were successful, but were rather unengaging in terms of intensity. 12:33 AM. I'm in the thick of it now. I smoked approximately 45 milligrams of DPT freebase oil on top of cannabis in a glass pipe. My mood was a bit off prior to smoking the DPT. I felt somewhat removed and also slightly depressed as well. I attributed this emotion to the dissociative aspect of the DXM. Without cannabis, DXM usually puts me in a somewhat depressed mood at the mid 2p dosage levels. After smoking the DPT though, my day-to-day sense of mood was instantaneously erased as a topic of thought in my concept of reality. I laid on the couch and listened to some Sound Tribe Sector 9 in the dark and felt myself levitating above the couch. My eyes were closed and I had the distinct sensation of entering into another place, as if passing through a dividing membrane of sorts. The state of mind I was in was quite comparable to that of a mid-level ketamine experience, the only difference being that my head did not feel awash in warm mind juice. Surprisingly, I actually felt rather lucid. I had a strong sense that my thoughts were directly connected to my environment, to what I perceived. I would stare at the walls and strange geometric chords would branch out towards me, slowly groping towards my third eye area and connecting to the locus of my thoughts. The whole scenario reminded me of an aeroplane refueling in midair, how the refueling hose is manoeuvred to connect the two planes. This was a very reassuring and much needed confirmation of a general belief that a tangible connection between the self and the world exists. Music sounds quite nice at this point as well. There is a wonderful and powerful combination going on. 2:45 AM. I decided to smoke cannabis that had been soaked in DPT freebase left over from a previous experiment. I did not know the exact quantity used during the last experiment, but I figured that whatever I was going to smoke now, it was roughly half as much as what I attempted last time. So, I assumed I was within the realms of caution. It turned out to be foolish of me to be so flippant in my consumption of drugs, as I took a large hit and held it for 20 seconds or so. I held the smoke in, and I began to realise that this weed had also had a decent amount of DMT left in it as well. The sensation of DMT was easily discernible from the other experiences. Everything had a much more intense flavour than DPT plus DXM alone. I'd not labelled the contents of the plastic container, and I completely forgot that I'd used both DMT and DPT in that experiment. I could easily have landed myself in some trouble here, but something was watching out for me, as I was able to keep my cool and maintain a steady heart rate and breathing rate without any detectable levels of anxiety. Usually if my heart beats faster than normal, I automatically grow anxious and concerned. This time, perhaps due to the dissociative qualities of the DXM, I was removed from my fears. I was unable, however, to remain standing for long after I exhaled. I was flat on my back on the couch within 45 seconds. I did so with a sense of urgency, as I thought I might black out. My visual field seems to be hypercharged. Everything beams with twice the clarity of my sober vision. I feel everything emitting a sense of importance or meaning. I formed visions of myself as an apple floating in the middle of a still lake under a starless midnight sky. This all filled my mind. I'm having no thoughts outside of this image, in fact. It is a rather splendid and engrossing thought. I feel myself almost sinking and growing warmer. Note, the temperature in the room of the experience is quite cold, in an unheated basement in the winter. I feel the link between my mind and the environment stronger than ever before. What I felt earlier this evening seems like a mere trickle in comparison to the tidal flood of connectivity that I was experiencing now. What I wrote at the time was, visuals twist in time to the music, which syncs up perfectly with the pocket of pleasure, the orb of glowing delight swaddled in the cradle of my mind like an apple floating in a calm midnight lake. I felt myself let go more than I ever have before. If I die, then what can I actually do about it now? I thought to myself. I then suddenly relaxed into the experience completely. This is when I began to have the above-mentioned apple vision. With the thought to let go, I felt myself swell with a warm glowing sensation as if the insides of my body were being washed with a warm spray of water. As this was going on, I became aware of the knotted up, spasming muscles in my body that I'd seen my doctor earlier in the day about. They felt like separate entities to me, almost like foreign intruders. They did not feel as if they were a part of me. I was floating in sense of lightness and light, and everything was exuberant and glowing, but then these clusters of muscles seemed greyish-brown and overly solid. I was amazed at how easily I could stop my thoughts and focus entirely on my body. I was able to relax and charge muscles with bioenergy currents with almost no effort or concentration. These acts of self-healing came naturally and without verbal thought. After about 15 minutes, the experience drops down several levels in intensity. That was the most intense psychedelic experience I have ever had, far surpassing a particularly mind-blowing Salvia 10X experience that I'd had a couple of years back, which is also posted here to Erowid. I've never felt such an obvious and intense connection to my body, the world around me, or my thoughts ever before. It was not complete union, but it was as close as I have ever come. I must say that I am grateful that the powers that be guided me to and through this wondrous experience safely. I feel a renewed connection to my life, and feel thankful for having been given a taste of the energy that I'm really a part of. Joyous Union. An LSD, nitrous oxide, cannabis and diazepam trip report by MindLens. Posted to erowid.org November 30th, 2011. Prior entheogen experience. Modest 3 times LSD, 15 times psilocybin mushrooms, 1 times ketamine, 1 times NN-DMT breakthrough, 5 times NN-DMT, sub-breakthrough, still strong visuals. 3 times ayahuasca, 12 times MDMA, 1 times mescaline cactus, 1 times 2CB, and 4 times salvia. RX meds. Mesalamine, timed release. Over-the-counter, multivitamin, 5-HTP, 100 mg a day for the past 8 days, safety measure from the previous week's MDMA experience. Various micronutrients, glucosamine sulfate. Worldview. In flux, years of mostly materialist agnosticism beginning to feel stale, insufficient. Out like a light view of death fading in certainty. More interesting cosmology and new views of the structure of reality. Background in Zen meditation, simple awareness practice without theological components, with a strong intellectual and intermediate visceral appreciation for oneness and unreality of ego separation, roughly intermediate student level of practice experience. Set. Intensely curious with mild apprehension and recent sorrow. The month prior included some unravelling of my recent first experience with smoked NN-DMT and its world-shattering mysteries. I broke through at the first attempt, and despite a great deal of prior reading, was completely unprepared for its sheer intensity. This seems to be somewhat par for the course, and having returned fully intact, energised and fascinated by the palpably living quality of our shared, unified reality, I was excited to take an LSD trip with an exploratory purpose, to set my spiritual eye on fire, and apprehend some hidden aspects of my own psyche and our universe. I had worked meditatively and introspectively to integrate the DMT bizarreness as fully as I felt able, and now it was time for a new lens to continue that work, and acquire, generate, additional insight. The time was chosen carefully. My work is demanding, requiring focus and rapid processing while multitasking, and I didn't want any out-of-phase period afterwards that would compromise my obligations or add pressure to the experience itself. As the chosen week drew nearer, a piece of shocking news came. A good friend of mine from graduate school had taken his own life. A gentle person whose gruffness was transparently defensive and easily dissolved. A good man with a strong mind and exceptional ability to see value in others. May his transformation be blessed. I gave the next several days over to mourning. After the highest waves of sadness had broken and the day chosen for the trip was at hand, my first instinct was the protective brain's reminder. A recent emotional upheaval is a dangerous time for strong entheogens. Good advice, generally speaking, but this was also a time of great joy. My upcoming engagement to Elle, a new family, hers, giving genuine love and acceptance, and being reunited with a sibling and family after years of living far apart. I sat with the conflicting possibilities and came to feel that in a time of huge change, an earnestly sought spiritual voyage could have strong healing and connecting power. I discussed this with my partner, Elle, and she agreed that it felt right. It was to be her first encounter with LSD, and my fourth. I last took LSD roughly 4 years ago. Setting: outdoors in a relatively secluded city neighbourhood park, and in our apartment, decorated and arranged by Elle in a nest-like configuration with soft comforters, pillows and drapings, all with rich colours and patterns. Gorgeous day, temperate with abundant sun and a light breeze. Materials: 3 double hits of blotter LSD, which seems to be a reasonably accurate estimate based on past experiences. He said 150 micrograms per hit was the potency. This was obtained from a friend with high standards. Alongside this, there was 14 8-gram cartridges of nitrous oxide with dispenser unit, and some bubble hashish from the same friend. Procedure: T+0 hours. Having returned from family visiting, Elle and I take the LSD, 2 double hits for me and 1 for her. She wants a moderately visual experience, with most of her rationality intact. Not a bad way to get familiar with a very new molecule. We clean ourselves and tidy our space while we await the first effects. 30 minutes. Unmistakable body sensations reach a point of balance. Buzzing and humming feelings of energetic activation are present. A subtle deepening of colours as well. We sit on the couch, leaning against one another, and pick through some music, settling on Van Morrison for the sweetness and slightly hilarious vocal affectations. 1 hour. I stand to go to the bathroom, feeling different, more careful and aware of my movements. Enter the bathroom, check eyes. Pretty wide, about 70% dilated. Watching my arms as I urinate, I notice dark patterns weaving themselves across my skin. I remain in the bathroom for several extra minutes, watching the interplay of symbols. They are large, spanning several inches each and connect and flow into each other. I'm shirtless, so I look in the mirror to see them spread onto my chest, up my neck, and into my face. They are power symbols, reflecting my duty and capacity for healing and teaching. I'm a doctor, so this directly addresses one of my primary life missions. I return and tell Elle a bit about what I'm seeing, as her trip is slower to arrive, hoping this strong positivity will calm a mild anxiety and beneficially influence her experience. She is glad for me. 1 hour and 30 minutes. Elle suggests we head outside as the daylight is just starting to fade, and we had planned to experience full daylight, sunset, and darkness during our experience. We walk slowly to the nearby park, delayed by my periodic desire to admire the wonderful array of plants that our neighbourhood offers. Old trees, huge flowering bushes, grass and clover, etc. The plants rhythmically move and sway before me, not moved by wind, and seem to vibrate. 1 hour and 45 minutes. We succeed in our 5-block walk and arrive at the park. One end has families and dogs. I'm drawn to their vividly living presences, but know better than to allow myself to be seen in this mode of being. I have some brief reflections on the sad cultural state that demonizes such a useful, meaningful tool, and leads us to mistrust strangers in general. We walk to a quiet corner and lay out a blanket to rest on. Looking up at the sky, the clouds from growing skeleton pinwheel shapes that emanate outwards and dissipate in the glowing blue background. Lightly coloured transparent beams connect like widely spaced latitude and longitude markings. Imagining the impossible distances beyond that blueness is exciting, but taxing to the brain in this slightly fuzzy headscape. We remain until sunset. I am enthralled by the play of colours, especially the aliveness of the fiery pinks and reds. Elle is somewhat disappointed in the lack of a stronger visual component. I feel responsible, as the more experienced person, for having helped her to choose a dose that may have been too low, but her occasional difficulties with depression have made me very cautious and protective of her mental well-being, and I try to gently remind her of this need for safe experimentation. 2 hours and 30 minutes. We return home, and Elle immediately suggests changing the living room into a more nest-like configuration. She is feeling some ancient, primal energies, and wants to encourage them to unfold within her. I help at first, but her eye is keener, and each layout choice has a purpose that is much more hers than mine. I retreat to the nearby couch and page through a recently acquired copy of Alex Gray's Transfigurations. The psychic energy system painting is especially alive for me now, with radiant electricity emanating from the body surface and lines of intertwining life energy suffusing its internal structures. I feel rapturously grateful to share this precise and delicate anatomy and picture my various bodily systems being fully enmeshed, working with and for one another, perhaps feeding and interacting with phenomena we have only minimally understood as a species. 3 hours. Nest complete. We remove most of our clothing, and the freedom is wonderful. We'll lie upon the soft space Elle has created, and turn most of the electric lights off in favour of large candles. I initially questioned the wisdom of open flames, but we give it a try, and it turns out beautifully. The half-dimness increases the intensity of the bright, patterned visuals, and prompts me to close my eyes in earnest. I am lost in a sea of intricate, bright, geometric patterns that spin, twirl, and rearrange themselves rapidly. The detail is exquisite and so small that I can barely make out the finest shapes within shapes. Elle and I experiment with various cuddling, relaxing positions, and each brings its own body taste feeling. Elle suggests to play a recording of an accompanied female chanting many Om symbols, with a tone of protection and purification. I am mildly dubious, but each of Elle's decisions so far has been just perfect for the experience, and so I agree. I reflect that she is very patient to conduct these negotiations with me, when she has had such clearly brilliant ideas. The chanting is perfect. The right frequencies, the right volume, the right mix of words and power sounds, and a new type of sacred feeling permeates our space. 4 hours. Visuals intensify, with closed-eye patterns becoming a sea of interlocking blue and yellow and green and white eyes. I can't help but feel that this is a response to having recently encountered Alex Gray's work, and as I have this thought, the eyes catch fire and move upward to congeal into a radiant crystal, unfolding and vibrating with shifting colours and light. It feels as though the crystal has many, many projections into other states, people, dimensions. This characterises the primarily closed-eye visual theme for the rest of the trip, with many variations. I feel deep self-love at finding such a beautiful image in my mind, and this love transforms into a love for the cosmic reality that has manifested itself in my temporary form, container. I share a few of these thoughts with Elle, and she provides lovely reflections mixed with her own insight and experience of reality. I look at Elle's mostly nude body and experience a renewed appreciation for its perfect assembly of shapes and lines, textures and depths. I share in the sense of primal power and perfect structure when I look at my own body, contracting muscles to watch tendons slide, tracing veins and feeling the pulse of my arteries, all imbued with sacred symbolic pattern images. 4 hours and 30 minutes. Elle has been very quiet for some minutes, eyes closed with an appearance of serene introspection. She begins to cry gently and softly, mostly with silent tears and the occasional more forceful exhalation. I take her hand tentatively, and she responds with firmer pressure, communicating that she is alright, that the things she feels are handleable for her. Her eyes open, and we embrace. She's explored some difficult inner places and found her own strength, resilience and power qualities. Love, drive, passion, cheerfulness, supportiveness. She is joyous. I feel the time has come to add some nitrous oxide to the trip now, having only once combined it with a true entheogen, being psilocybin mushrooms. I'm very excited to see what LSD will unfold into with this unique potentiator applied. I explain a bit to Elle about my experience with the combination, gently reminding of the need to go slowly at first and make the preparations. 2 cartridges are released into the machine and I sip at first, then inhale deeply as the first rising vibrations are felt as safe and pleasurable. Visual patterning is brighter, with open eyes, and assumes a more melting, flowing, exploding character. I finish the container and close my eyes with my breath held for about 20 seconds. As I exhale, the intensity continues to build and multiply, and I am spiral sucked into being the patterns that I see. I taste, feel, new extracorporeal aspects of myself, unfolding into unseen realms, and churn blossom into a multi-consciousness shared being, our tendrils embracing with an alien-tinged love anything we can envelop. Collectiveness becomes unity, and a certainty that there is only it, and I am a container for a small piece of it, for a small time. There are small fleeting worries of, is this too much? But I can pull back slightly or push forward into it, like a well-trained muscle being contracted and relaxed. This lasts for maybe 10 minutes, and variants of this metamorphosis accompany my subsequent inhalations. 5 hours. Elle decides she would like to add some nitrous oxide to see if her mild visual effects might intensify. She sips first also, but immediately feels ready for more and more, finishing the 2 cartridge dose quickly, then lying back. After her exhalation, she arches further backward, not straining, but close. Her expression remains calm and deeply aware, so I have no concerns for her well-being. Her eyes remain closed for a while, and when she opens them, she describes what she has seen. A bright, multicoloured, shifting, Celtic-type knot, a patterned rope twisting upward toward a glowing white light, pulling her towards its radiant centre with near-orgasmic intensity of connectedness. Her energy is palpably sacred and deeply respectful, and my love for her flares at her capacity to experience such profound connection. She immediately begins tidying and organising the used canisters, which we have scattered throughout our nest. She does this with reverence and no sense of external obligation. As she does so, she explains what she has learned, that the combination of nitrous with an entheogen is its true purpose, that to use it recreationally as we have, albeit infrequently, is too far from its full potential to signify appropriate respect. I am struck by the truth of her words and wholeheartedly commit to this new place for a substance I had once used with relative frivolity. She makes a small altar for the dispenser and unused containers, and gently enfolds the expended ones in a soft cloth. We continue to talk and share our feelings and thoughts about reality, as well as the nature of ourselves, the meaning of each other and our lives, and what our passing from this life might entail. Again and again, I am awed at the depth of intelligence, wisdom, contemplation, and feeling in this fellow human, my sweet-spirited love partner. 6 hours and 30 minutes. I am so thoroughly engaged by the process of writing, drawing, creating, that I can think of little else. My pen is carving into the paper, and the ink looks like sheer blackness of the void, dripping around my lines and bleeding slightly through where I let the point linger. It is breathtaking. 7 hours and 30 minutes. Elle feels the true end of her experience drawing near and requests some Valium to help smooth the come down. I am on it, quickly rushing to obtain and share anything she would like to have. I fail to consider at this point that I am still in full peak, and very much want her company for the rest of that intense time. This will dawn me about 30 minutes later when she begins to exhibit signs of fatigue. At this stage, we conduct a brief but immensely powerful death ritual for my deceased friend. I share and visualise, channel his many admirable qualities, as well as speculating on the lack of self-created meaning that may have contributed to his self-caused end. I affirm my promise to positively connect with and nurture as many living beings as I can. 8 hours. Elle is visibly fading, and with the dimming light of her consciousness comes a strange pang of fear at being alone for what, I anticipate, will be 4 to 6 hours of strong tripping, especially having just invoked the strong concept of death by suicide and the difficult memories of such a recently lost friend. I am fully in control of my linguistic faculties, so I'm able to emphatically but respectfully request that she summon her full energies, overcome the benzodiazepine avalanche, and stay with me through the coming hours. I see the expected emotions play across her features: concern, annoyance, fatigue, deliberation, and finally resolution. She will try, but cannot promise. This is not initially comforting, as I feel the possibility of her involuntarily leaving me for the sleep realm as something neither of us can fully control. I thank her for her intention, and take several minutes to sit silently, eyes closed. I start to feel the fear balloon crystallize, and I simply surrender to the experience, witnessing it and my thoughts in the manner of quiet awareness practice. This gradually allows the stronger fear to pass, although Elle's drooping eyes and slumping posture bring some recurrence of anxiety from time to time. I offer a compromise by taking 3 milligrams of Valium and a long draw of hashish smoke to try and bring on sleep earlier, knowing inwardly that it will make no difference when my senses are so fully ignited. If anything, the hashish minimally increases and subtly alters the trip, perhaps adding an edge of slight unease. I try to engage her in conversation, which is limitedly successful, until after a second emphatic request to truly awaken if she possibly can, some inner decision is fully made in her mind, and it's like a light is switched back on. We converse in the intensely meaningful ways we had been earlier, talking about her recent outdoor experiences, the friends she made there, the skills and lessons she learned. I'm again enthralled by her wisdom and sense of purpose. A light is kindled in me as well, and my trip reclaims its uninhibited, joyous character. 8 hours and 45 minutes. Elle suggests a ritual bath as a tool of purification and self-discovery, mentioning that it has been useful for her in the past with no entheogens required. She asked me to choose a colour that symbolises or evokes a meaning for me. I consider for a few minutes, then choose green. She suggests I prepare the bathroom by arranging its contents in a deliberate way while she assembles items that I can choose from to comprise the bath. She informs me that her role will be a silent one as I make these choices. While I perform the basic setup with a bright green towel in front of the tub, clearing counter space and neatening, providing symmetry and cleanliness, she places items just outside the door's threshold. She has brought me a large leaf cluster with a hexagonal inner structure, as well as clusters of small flowers for my earlier nest, a large thin leaf like an oversized quill, a large sprig of fern, 2 ornamental trays of candles, 2 eggs from a friend's yard chickens, vessels with coarse salt and olive oil, a tall empty vessel, and the altar holding the nitrous dispenser and 2 cartridges. She sits nude with legs folded underneath her, as I spend about 20 minutes choosing from the items and laying them out in a way that attempts to symbolize self-healing, self-knowledge, erosion of fear by direct engagement, and the sanctity of life. Some of my arrangement was simply instinctual, with the meanings overlaid later. Elle affirms this strategy as an important feature of many symbolic events. Tonight is my first experience with self-created ritual, and it is immensely assuring and empowering so far. Elle draws the water while I fill the tall empty vessel partially full of red wine and place it last within reach of the tub. 9 hours and 15 minutes. I enter the tub, Elle watching me silently with love and respect, as I arrange myself in a position of aware uprightness, balanced with reclining comfort. I am radiantly grateful to her for working so hard to overcome exhaustion, and then rebounding into such an awake teacher-guide state of consciousness. The water feels electric and soothing at once, and I experience waves of symbol meaning as Elle places the items I've arranged, one by one, into the tub with me, saving the coarse salt and olive oil for next to last. As the globules of oil shimmer and shift in my visual field, she offers me an egg. I take it, marvelling at its structural perfection as it withstands my grip, only breaking after I use my thumb to snap a hole into its dome top. I feel a living congealed mass slip from the broken shell whose crystalline fracture patterns are a lesson encapsulated. The mass at first leads me to feel an early stage embryo sliding through my fingers, but I'm not disgusted or afraid of this possible truth, simply awed. As it drops into the tub with me, I see it is only yolk, and let it fall into the hexagonal space at the centre of the floating leaf cluster. Elle leaves quietly as I contemplate this combination of intricately formed natural elements, pieces of beings so like and unlike myself. 9 hours and 45 minutes. I pour 1/3 of the red wine into the tub, watching the red billows spread downward with a frantic twisting and emanating movement that the LSD creates. Here I make a sign of consecration, fill the nitrous container with the 2 cartridges, and respectfully inhale as deeply as I can. My visual field assumes blue-grey and deep brown colour tones, with twisting brown stripes forming on the walls, bathroom fixtures and tub in front of me. These interleave and vibrate furiously but with passion, no malevolence. I close my eyes and feel my inner space open, allowing me to make contact with parts of my body self, especially the distributed mysterious nexus network of the immune system. For me, this is intensely meaningful, not least because I have an immunological disorder that causes the body to destroy its own tissues in painful and potentially dangerous ways. I've chosen a relatively inactive period of the disease to conduct this journey, but it is always there, and I realise in that moment that it is the source of my earlier fear, a part of myself that literally attacks the rest, an ever-present reminder of my own inevitable death and the potential for much suffering. I pour the rest of the wine into the tub and willingly embrace that my own blood too will flow out from me if my body wills it so. I shed tears of gratitude and forgiveness as I drain the water, rubbing the essences of the different sacramental items into my skin, feeling the areas and organs worst affected by the disease, and forgiving them for the pain I have felt through them, thanking them for holding out and continuing to function despite all this, blessing them for the time when they can no longer work as they have. 10 hours and 30 minutes. I rinse with a brief shower and dry off, thanking Elle again for helping to prepare and guide me to such a helpful and meaningful experience. I share the source of my earlier fear and welcome her decision to sleep when it is time. She wants my company, and I decide that although I have no capacity for sleep, I will stay with her in bed, tripping fiercely in the dark as a test of my newfound courage. She invites me to share one or two more insights from the bath before she sleeps, and again I am struck by her compassion and selflessness. She is usually in bed by 9 PM and it is now close to 5 AM. She falls asleep as I give her soft touches, small recompense for her immense gifts to me, and to allow myself the comfort of physically connecting with her once more. I feel her pass into unconsciousness and delve into my solitary space, knowing that my own decomposition, death, is the fear point, and allowing that imagery to reflect that. I see electric bones connected to gossamer wires, twisting and distorting, but I feel calm. I turn, eyes open, to look at Elle's face, and in the darkness I see her forehead crumble away, showing skull, then brain, then deep in the brain a blue, star-like geometric centre, radiating and pulsing softly. It is an intense thing to see, but not unpleasant, and I expel another burst of gratitude for the hard-won ability to watch quietly and for such a wonderful companion. 10 hours and 45 minutes. The next 5 to 6 hours are spent admiring the crystalline closed-eye visuals, shimmering eyes multiplying and layering, movement through pulsing geometric landscapes, feeling open to vastness. There are brief lapses into sleep, 20-30 minutes at a time, but largely my awareness remains sharp. 17 hours. I awake from a brief sleep period and prepare for the day. We'd planned to meet some friends for a bike ride, and although Elle and I gave ourselves the option to withdraw, I feel so energised and desirous of seeing them that I throw myself into preparation. Before long though, I am compelled to draw with ink and paper some of the more important stylistic and thematic elements of last night's visual experiences. It is difficult, as I'm not a practiced artist and have very poor penmanship even. But I concentrate, and none of my pen strokes prove to be wrong. I shed a tear or two as I recall the significance and dedicate this first act of visual art creation in many years to the distributed essence of my deceased friend. I go on to resume packing up my bike gear and find Elle awake, surprising given her brief opportunity for sleep. She wants to join in on the ride, which brings elation and thanks for her continued perseverance and sense of intentional togetherness. She has been through a lot, and keeps on going for both of us. I defecate, for the first time since the initial hour of the trip, and notice blood. It is an unusual but not unheard of symptom for this level of disease activity, and I am grateful for the lack of pain. The bodily self-forgiveness I felt and extended last night remains, as I interact with these somewhat difficult quirks. It is possible the increased activation of my sympathetic nervous system by LSD is the cause of this trouble, but just disrupting the circadian rhythm can exacerbate it, as can emotional stress of the kind I've been processing for the past near week. Symptoms abated shortly after this episode, and remained mostly inactive thereafter. No true flare-up was triggered. Elle suggests I consider decorating myself in some way to consecrate the ending stage of the trip. I still have closed-eye visuals, and so I perform a brief nitrous ritual which brings back a heightened sense of sacredness and open-eye patterning with slithering, spinning light dark circles roaring to life for 10 or so minutes, while I decide how to adorn myself. I end up with the fern sprig tucked behind my left ear, and 2 mud symbols painted on my bare chest and left arm, made from nearby yard dirt mixed with leftover olive oil and fresh water. I feel power and mercy coursing through my whole being, as we finish preparing and leave to meet our friends. I gave serious consideration to the safety factors involved with a bike ride in my post-trip state. Reflexes and balance felt completely unaffected, and my mental clarity was similarly unfazed. I found myself being a bit more cautious than usual, if anything. All my senses feel heightened, and colours remain a bit richer than usual, although on a bright and gorgeous day it can be hard to differentiate. Closed-eye visuals remain minimally present for another 4 hours. I thank everyone quietly for their presence in my life, and feel like a better listener than usual. I have the opportunity to pet 2 beautiful dogs, which I would not always choose to do, but am now thrilled with, feeling their gentle animal spirits that hold such mixed seriousness and silliness, much like myself and all of us. Blessings to you all. We are one. The night of restoration of my sanity. An LSD, DMT, alcohol, cannabis and nicotine trip report by CD. Posted to earwid.org February 17th, 2025. On a late summer Friday night, there I was, driving to my friend's house planning on taking some blotter acid and smoking DMT on the peak. When I arrived, I was greeted by 2 of my friends, and I smoked some distillate and ate 1 cannabis edible. Then, we went out and met up with another friend. We smoked some hashish out of a bowl and messed around. A few hours later, we smoked some more hashish and then started heading back to my friend's house. By now, the edible and the hash was going strong in my body. We got home and it was about midnight. Time to drop our tabs. I dropped 1 150 microgram blotter, while my friend dropped a tab and a half, making his dose 225 micrograms. We let them lie on our tongues for about 10 minutes, and then swallowed them. Now, we wait. So, we waited around, listening to music, and just kicking it. Started to hit my friend first. He started getting slowly more wigged out, and it took me a little longer to hit. About an hour in, it finally hit me properly. Slowly but surely, the pattern started ascending out of the rug below my feet. And the shelves in the basement, they started to vibrate and breathe a little. I was hitting a vape, feeling the vibration of the salt nicotine buzz and LSD coursing through my veins. My other friend, who was not tripping, was sick. He decided to start getting ready to go to sleep. He would later be interrupted multiple times by us as the night progressed, obviously. He took the couch that I was initially sprawled out on and tried to get some rest. I was putting on different songs on the television, songs like Two Heads and House at Punai Corners by Jefferson Airplane. Some perfect songs that matched the vibe of the trip down to the majorly psychedelic instrumental sound of Jefferson Airplane. I was watching the rich geometrical patterns dance and transform on the carpet, more intense than the last time. The wood-textured laminate floor looked like it was trying to take flight from the ground, as the hallucinations made it seem to be rising. Every time I would try to put a new song on the computer, I would have issues because the keyboard was moving too much for my fingers to accurately press each key, and my motor skills started to decrease. I went up to the bathroom and looked in the mirror, watching my face morph around some. When I came back down, it was starting to get close to DMT time. 3 hours in, DMT time. I had about 80 milligrams of DMT in a pill capsule, and I poured it all into my DMT pipe. I was staring at this large load of DMT powder laying in the pipe, wondering where it would take me. After a few minutes of preparation, I gained the courage and took the pipe to my mouth and started heating it up. I took a toke, held it a few seconds, and then exhaled. Feeling the heaviness of the deems weighing on me, I then took another. Then the next thing I remembered was ego death hitting me, and I flashed to the last hit. I was trying to hold the candle that I was unfortunately using so I wouldn't waste our only lighter under the pipe, but I was missing it and spilling some wax on my arm. I remember staring into the candle and it looked like it was turning into a clock, and this clock seemed to expand to fill the entire room. Somehow I was able to put the pipe and candle into the glass bowl beside me and lay down for what is to come. I remember looking at my friend as he was moving something, and then I was out. Staring at quadrilateral geometry, I started to fall back into the couch more and more. I eventually felt like I was all twisted up on the couch. The next thing I remember was feeling like I had this power up. I unlocked the key to all of my troubles and issues in life. I did not feel rejected anymore. I felt like I was exploding with colourful rays of light. I was the light that was illuminating the dark room that the secrets to my problems were in. And now I could find them. Then things get really strange. I was in a scenario from the book of Mice and Men. I was Lenny, and was being yelled at by George for something I had done wrong. I had the mentally challenged voice that my junior year English teacher would take on while reading his part, and I was saying, "No, George, I didn't do nothing, George. Promise. I promise. Where's George?" And I was rocking left and right, pleading for George to not do something, for whatever I had done. I do not know why this happened, and it was very odd, but interesting nonetheless. I do not know what I was pleading George not to do, or what I had done, but I really did not want it to happen. The next thing that I remembered was exiting the trip the same way I entered. I had the ever so cliche key to life power up again, and then I started coming back to reality. I was laying on the couch sideways and was staring at the peculiar square blob of geometry. Then I remembered sitting upright and staring at my friend, and he was staring back at me. I looked at him curiously with a shocked expression, and I was confused as hell. He asked if I was okay, and I said, "Yeah, I'm coming back." I got comfortable back in my reality, and we went upstairs for me to use the bathroom, as I still had difficulty walking from the DMT. Standing up was odd, as it felt like when I stood up, my head stayed where it was while only my body went up. He had to help me up the stairs as I was still pretty twisted from the DMT and the LSD peak. When I used the bathroom and I turned off the lights and looked in the mirror, it was interesting. My silhouette was growing and shrinking and looked insane. He saw it too when I called him over to check it out. He went back to sitting in this living room. I went out to the living room and sat in the chair beside him. Everything was dead silent and peaceful. There was an old-fashioned guitar next to me. I started to strum the strings of it slowly and softly. I was playing through the notes and it felt soothing to my ears. It felt like I was soothing my friend in the room too. It sounded quite good to my tripped out brain. All that there was me, my friend, and this room with the guitar. I decided to get into just a little bit of liquor. I had one shot of 30% lemon liqueur and then went back down to the basement. I saw that there was still a pretty marvellous amount of DMT in my pipe still, so I decided it was time for some more DMT. Here we go then, DMT round 2. No idea what time it was at this point. I was feeling quite nice off the little shot took and the LSD. Weird combo, I must say, and also can get out of hand from what I've heard, as alcohol and LSD are sometimes known to be mentally dangerous. But personally, I was fine because I kept that in mind and did very small amounts of alcohol. I took the DMT pipe to my mouth, started heating it up. A little cloud appeared in the pipe and I started inhaling. I finished my rounds and then boom! I was loading into my junior biology class. I don't know why I kept going back to this period, but I guess I was visiting it again. I was sitting right next to my friend where I sit and it was perfect. Just like it was real life. I was wondering why I was waking up in my biology class. Wasn't I supposed to be tripping? Did I just smoke DMT in my biology class for fuck's sake? Then I remember being in this swirl of thought. Just like I described to friends earlier that day, where I feel like I was swirling in circles and there are these physical thoughts around my head and everything is cloudy. I could see my thoughts all around me. It was all in my head, but it was becoming external. I was in the swirl of my own mind. I was swimming through geometrical rooms of purple hues, literally using my arms and breaststroking through different boxes or rooms, trying to find some entity of sorts. It felt very weird, and I was swimming through these rooms very fast. I remember whispering something and being very alert of some entity. I saw a glimpse of some face in the shadows, and then it was gone as fast as it was there. Then I remember starting to exit the trip. I was wondering if it was all even real anymore. I remember being transported back into my body and watching the corner shelf slowly morph back into its original shape. And I was back. I was thinking to myself, phew, that was fast. I asked my friend if this was real, and if I was back. He said it was, and I was reassured. I started cleaning up the DMT setup. I stood up and it felt like my head stayed where it was while my body went up. I asked him one more time. Right then, just to make sure, this is real, right? Yes, he said once again, and I smiled, knowing I had sorted out what needed to be sorted out that night. We went back upstairs and I had one more shot with some 40% orange liqueur. Standing up felt odd again, and getting up the stairs for a second time was fun as well. I used the bathroom, then had my shot. My friend was in the living room again, and I sat down where I was the first time, strumming the guitar. I was climbing up in the notes and then descending down the notes, all in a slow and steady manner, calming the energy in the room. We eventually stumbled back downstairs and chilled out for a bit. My friend was playing some lo-fi music and I was vaping. The euphoric nicotine rush was nice, synergised with the weed, LSD and an alcohol buzz. My friend though was starting to look more and more sick as the night progressed. He kept waking up to look around and see what we were doing, and then immediately falling back asleep. There was still more DMT in the pipe somehow, but a very, very small amount. I put on The Ballad of You, Me and Puniel, and I started heating the pipe. I cleared what was left in one, a decent sized hit. I exhaled and my friend awoke to the song. He looked around and I waved the pipe in the air to let him know I won't be so coherent in a few seconds. And then I put the pipe down. My friend started to look like he was on his deathbed. He was dying. My friend was dying. So, I started healing him with my positive energy. I started feeling empathetic towards him as he looked to be in a rough shape. I reached an egoless state, and the couch he was sleeping on looked like it was turning into something alive. The couch turned orange with dark, greenish patterns on it, and it was dancing and moving around with him on it. The trippy music sounded wonderful. I started coming down, and I was utterly satisfied, completely satisfied with the night I had just had. I felt that the acid peak was over as well. I took the almost empty wax pen my friend had and started hitting it, and hitting it, and hitting it, with the nicotine vape too. Feeling the rhythm of the LSD and cannabis synergy, I eventually got pretty high and I laid down with a blanket on the floor. Somehow I eventually fell asleep face first on the floor around 5:30 AM. Eventually, I was awakened by my friend, who was laughing at the sight of me face first on the floor like an idiot at around 8 AM or so. He wasn't as sick as he seemed last night. Obviously I wasn't tripping as hard as before either. We went out for a walk, got some drinks and food and chilled at a bench. The coffee monster I got tasted great. I was still feeling some of the acid. We headed back and my friend who was sick had to go to work. We said our goodbyes and then we went back out to my friend's house. We smoked hash and weed out the bong and this massive steamroller pipe he has called the Zong. We went to eat and then I went home. When I got home, I saw that my DMT pipe was broken. But you know what? I didn't care, as it had gotten good use for its final rips. In the end, this trip helped me to fully accept that you won't always get what you want. I so desperately wanted to break through that other night on LSD, and I desperately wanted to keep my friend. But it just wasn't meant to happen. It took me on a journey that showed me acceptance and how to simply let go. Let go of the past. Let go of your egoistic views on the situation. Just let go. I stopped feeling so crazy about it. I also learned that not everything lasts forever. Not every friendship, not every trip, not every emotion. Time is limited. Time is key. Time is the most important currency in the universe. Finally, I learnt to accept what has happened in the past. And finally, look towards the future. DMT Experience Report. Feminine Orchid Being and Mantis Teacher. A post by Flexible Orbitals, posted to the DMT subreddit 5 years ago. This flash was my first and only experience I ever had since writing this post, and it happened more than a couple of years ago. It was so powerful at the time, and I continue to think about it nearly every day since then. I now figure that I may as well do a post to share it with others. Keep in mind that this report should be recognised as an attempt to describe what I experienced. An experience that goes beyond description not only because of its complexity, but its exotic relationship to our conventional understandings and use of word association. That being said, I try to be diligent in my word choice to honestly portray what I experienced in a way that is translatable to others in accordance with my memory. I'm not sure about how much I took, but a well-experienced friend of mine, who has broken through plenty of times, prepared it for me. I vaporised it out of a bong, and the substance was sandwiched between 2 beds of parsley, to receive the indirect heat of parsley versus being directly burned by the flame. Sitting on a couch in my friend's quiet and comfortable home, I was reluctant to dive in. I'd been experiencing wonderful psilocybin and LSD trips somewhat regularly during that year prior to the DMT flash, and one of the many qualities I have gained from those experiences is a deep reverence toward these substances. So much so that I really have to work up the courage to consume them and convince my body to allow it to happen. Navigating the psychedelic terrain on relatively high doses all comes down to the purity of intention and strength of mind and heart to deal well with the intensity and intricate handling of the multi-leveled dynamics of it all. As I was sitting there focusing on my breath and clearing my mind, my friend was right by my side and had the bong ready to go. After what seemed like 10 minutes of him giving me occasional words of encouragement, he said, "Oh, you're completely safe. It's okay." And I understood that to be all anyone could say while respecting my decision process and edging me towards doing it. I sat up straight, put my hands on my knees, took one last big breath, and gave an affirmative nod to my friend. He handed me the bong and lit it for me. As I was milking my first big hit, not harsh at all, a kind of comfortable sensation began to fill my senses. After holding the hit in for 20 seconds, my friend calmly instructed me to blow it out and take another. As I blew it out and was going in for my second hit, I really was just watching my body act on its own. The physical world looked porous and felt more open. The final view of the bowl being lit by the flame looked honeycomb, with its porous qualities, and a stillness was filling me from within as I watched my body act out its function. With that hit held in, my body instinctively knew to lean back in the couch and shut my eyes. The darkness from my eyes being shut was accompanied by my mind becoming more and more quiet and calm, so much to the point where I eventually came to pure peaceful awareness, and a slight ringing sound gently rose and fell into the quiet. Those final moments of the slight flare of the ringing and my mind becoming more and more quiet was matched by light entering my vision. A single eyelid, as my 2 regular eyes were shut, was opening to a marbly wash of pink and blue colours, and I felt like I was laying down. My vision was coated in a seam of moisture, like the eyes of a newborn waking from sleep. I sat up on the table I was laying on, and looked out into the dome of marbly pink and blue swashing colours. I definitely felt like I was in a domed room of some kind. Then, from the other side of the room, I saw a being. The being was looking in a different direction and seemed preoccupied with an unknown minor task. After a second of me looking at her, it turned to my direction and noticed I was awake. She made a small gesture of excitement when she noticed my presence, and began bumbling towards me, in the words of Terence McKenna. She really was similar to his description of machine elves consisting of disjointed, self-dribbling bouncing ball-like ligaments, but was less machine-like and more like an organic orb-like being of a variety of shifting colours. She moved with a disjointed sway but with an energetic grace, coming directly toward me like a mother to an infant. "Hi, welcome," she greeted me with love. "You're okay, it's alright." Nothing was being spoken, but it was in a telepathic language. That doesn't mean that there was just an immediate, unlinguistic understanding though, but a kind of time-based sequence of communication conveyed through emotion and meaning without the associative medium of sound as the bridgeway of communication that we typically use. There was a sweet hush to her telepathic voice, and her excitement for me being there was gentle. Perhaps that greeting was best fit for my condition entering the space. I hear it's usually more wild than that. My vision was still a bit blurry, and remained so for the duration of the trip. But it wasn't a hindrance. I could still make out a great amount of detail. A necessary amount, to say the least. When she greeted me, she was close up and was blooming expressive forms with her body connected with her language. Her morphology had characteristics that were similar to an orchid, and each of her ligaments as well as her head were like highly expressive, blooming, rotating hand gestures, mesmerizing and prone to capturing my attention. Her overall form continued to unveil greater complexities as the experience transpired. While my attention was absolutely clear during this experience so far, and I was marvelling at this beautiful and strange being with a surprisingly calm attitude, a slight shift of nervousness developed within me, and I turned my gaze toward the floor. This last detail, I think, is crucial and highly interesting. The nervousness I felt was a real response to my environment in hyperspace, and I initiated a command to my body within this hyperspace. This means that there is a dimension to it beyond mental imagery, an actual environment where a type of bodily vessel is required, and navigation within the space is possible. When I turned my gaze toward the floor and away from the feminine orchid entity, that implies there is dimensionality to this experience. This might seem obvious and trivial to some, but I am amazed by this detail. It really is a place, or seems like one to the skeptic. And yes, it all feels very, very real. After I turned my gaze toward the floor caused by my anxiousness, the orchid being moved down into my field of vision and exclaimed in her hushed tone and expressive gestures, No, it's okay. Don't worry. Look. As she said this, she was gently easing me back into my seated position and displaying what are commonly referred to as hyperdimensional toys. They were orb-like, gyrating and blooming with colour and a variety of forms. I have no idea what they are, but in the moment, they conveyed a lot of meaning related to all interconnected forms of perceivable reality, realised by my own fixated attention. They lacked a central intelligent beingness, and seemed of a less important nature than that of the orchid being and myself, which is why they came across as objects rather than beings. "Oh my God," was something like I was saying to her. "I remember this." "Yeah, see, you remember," she exclaimed with so much joy. "Oh my God, I really do remember this." "Yes." This place became so familiar to me, like as if I go there every time I fall asleep or die. I remembered it so well, and as the toys continued to bloom and bloom, more of their details I began to remember more and more. I was ecstatic, filled with pure joy and love, knowing that I was completely safe, and a feeling of triumph overcame my being that I knew this was right, that my tendencies, in physical reality, toward the analysis and understanding of our world, the desire to be in touch with the common ground of all things, and the need for love and to be loving, are of my nature and are true. The nature of my being utilised this new yet very familiar realm of transforming energies as if I belonged there. And as I continued to further interact with the energy forms of this hyperdimensional object, I continued to remember that I do belong there, at least in that moment anyways. This validated my being as being tangible and purposeful. At some point within this time, a single question arose within me. The only question I asked in the whole experience. Very modestly and purely, I asked, "Is this a good thing? As in life itself?" "Of course," she said sweetly and assuredly. "This is a good thing." The blooming, gyrating, colourful forms flooded my perception at this point, and so much was shown. Among the sea of details I received, I only remember some things. One of those memories is what TM described as "look at this." That "look at this" wasn't being said by the being, but was the overall vibe emitted from these exclamatory bursts of wonder. A very particular moment I remember was when the coloured silhouette of a human body was bursting out from these blooming objects, with her hands and legs extending outwards as if embodying "look at this." A message was being translated directly through this action, and that message was something to the effect of, "All content of our perception longs for attention in order for it to exist, and presents itself through form by acts of highly noticeable means." Another interesting memory I have that I think is worth mentioning is the detail of the orchid being behind the displays of the hyperdimensional toys. As these different toys were placed before me, I noticed at one point that the orchid being had 4 blue arms. I didn't think anything of it then, but afterward I remembered that part and connected it with Hindu deities. What the hell? It's quite amazing. After being flooded by all of those grand feelings and visions for some time, I felt a bit disinterested. At that moment, the energetic forms diminished, and what stood before me now was a large green praying mantis entity against the familiar pink and blue marbly backdrop. "I am a teacher," he greeted me in a male voice, with a wise and strong, straightforward demeanour. His arms were held out slightly to the sides of his upper torso, thorax, and he stared directly into me. Even after the sensory parade I was just a part of with the orchid's hyperdimensional toy box, I became immediately still and silent as the mantis teacher came into my vision. Ready to listen, he addressed me with little expression, but with direct knowingness and love. "Match the movements of my arms," he said as he began slowly moving his arms slightly further from his thorax and back again, repeatedly. I matched his movements, which my friend later confirmed, watching me move my arms with a stupidly blissful smile on my face. I was focused in meditation on his arm movements, and mine matching his until there was a raise in energy vibration, and we synced as one being. I was the mantis, and the mantis was me. "You got it. You understand," the mantis, or I, confirmed. What I can roughly translate that direct understanding as is something like, the total unity of attention and the sensory field is the point of creation, and is it. I was left with a moment to sink out of the mantis being's form and have a final look at him. The DMT flash faded out from there, and I opened my eyes to find that the room had a green tinge to it. I looked at my friend, who had a small smile and his eyebrows raised, waiting for me to say something. "It's perfect," I said. "I know," he said back. An excited raving about how incredible it all is filled the conversation for the rest of the night. This experience completely changed my view of life and has encouraged me to pursue my interests in meditation, art, strengthening my relationships, and being a more loving and understanding person overall. Have any of you encountered the mantis teacher or had similar experiences? I'd be interested in hearing about it. Thanks for reading, and I hope you enjoyed. Only Positive Effects, God and Infinity, an Amanita Muscaria trip report by Jason G, posted to earwid.org October 17th, 2021. I ate 2 of these things and didn't die. When I Google image search most dangerous mushroom, the Amanita muscaria or fly agaric fills the screen. After lots of research and reading books about this mushroom, together with my friend Haim, we each ate 2 of them, raw and freshly picked from the forest. After eating the mushrooms, we fell asleep pleasantly, and gradually, within 30 minutes on the sunny grass, naked and covered with a tarp, me, and in a sleeping bag, Haim. If we did it again, we would both like to have a prepared, cosy, shady spot to relax and sleep next time. During my dreams, the mushroom communicated clearly and in English with me that it was not dangerous. It is a tool to heal on all levels that can be used as often as I like, and to not be afraid. It was a very peaceful sleep. Haim's mushroom communicated to him that sometimes you need to let things go that are holding you back, and to take action immediately when you feel it. So, when he awoke, he vomited up some mushroom and things he didn't need. I didn't vomit or feel sick at any time, but before sleeping I felt a strong urge to defecate, and so I did. Upon awakening and after Haim vomiting, we both felt amazing and started to do exercises because we felt so light. At this point, we both urinated again and drank it immediately, as our body should have alchemized the mushroom for us by now. We decided to pack our things and start hiking again, and now this feeling of lightness was increased substantially. Not only was I light and agile on mental, physical and emotional levels, but intentions for the moment were incredibly clear. It was as if all my bodily senses, hot, cold, hungry, noise and visual distractions, etc., had their volume knobs turned to 1, and my present moment, well-defined intention, was turned up to 12. Although I would consciously choose to put my attention on my senses, they did not control my choices or distract me significantly. All that mattered to me is what I wanted to do in that moment, and I was completely focused and in the flow state, no matter what. This state was pure bliss, and the mind was perfectly clear, essentially the opposite of ADHD. I was happy to get a glimpse of how reality can be experienced in that state, which was honestly a first for me. It was a very happy moment for me to realise that that state was possible to experience, and I am using it as a reference experience now to align myself in everyday life. Our bags didn't feel heavy at all. Our footsteps were floating, and we started walking down the valley, with the intention of returning home to a small town in Switzerland. Sometimes I also felt a bit uncoordinated, lackadaisical, and not perfectly balanced and focused on my body at times, walking left and right for a couple of seconds and then taking my awareness back into my body before recovering posture and balance. We continued walking down the valley, hitchhiking cars and enjoying being in the moment and the flow state. A van stopped with an older German couple, and we let them know about our mission of finding and eating the fly agaric. They told us that we would die if we ate it, and we told them we feel great and aufgeputscht. They were very nice, and we shared some conversation about their home state, and they dropped us in a town. We got another ride from a man who loved running. I asked if there's any question that he has that he would like an answer to, and he spoke of his mother's health diagnosis, which then led into a discussion of how he thinks all this plandemic craziness is totally illogical, and what steps he's taking to maintain his freedom with his friends. We enjoyed each other's company a lot, and he dropped us off at the spot we began our journey from, only on the other side. At this point, it was about 3 hours after we had taken the mushrooms, and an hour since we drank our urine, and our consciousness and level of awareness was totally shifted. I experienced Haim's reality as if it was my own, and it seemed our voices and beings were one. It was as if I was speaking from both of our viewpoints, and there was no separation or difference between the two of us as to who was perceiving and experiencing reality. As I sat next to and looked at Haim, I observed myself viewing from his viewpoint. He experienced all the same, and it was as if both of our experiences were simultaneously experienced by both, thus making both just one in the end. I saw Haim's avatar as one in an infinite grid of other beings, all connected in the same way. When we spoke with others, it was with heightened clarity, and our intentions were pure and loving. People responded fantastically and happily to us, mirroring our state. Once we enjoyed our environment and felt like moving on, I decided to hitchhike at the road again. Within 10 seconds, a car had stopped and said they were going to our exact destination. Of course. We arrived, got out of the car, and started walking. I began to perceive everything, infinity, and the looping, perfect circle nature of the universe. I saw in my vision an infinite number of screens, each one frame after another of the same lifetime. For every moment in life, there are an infinite number of alternative, spontaneous decisions to be made by everything and everyone, and each separate decision creates its own entire timeline and infinite number of offshoots. The universe is limitless, and all possibilities have already happened, are happening, and will happen. I was watching the universe and all the possible timelines from a zoomed-out perspective. I was able to perceive the greatness and unity of it all from the Creator's perspective. I felt myself experiencing pleasurable body sensations, breathing, taking in visual beauty with my eyes, and pleasant noises. Then a few seconds later, I would experience shortness of breath and unpleasant vision and noises, and then the feeling of internal pain, and tripping on a rock and hurting myself, all within a few seconds. I wasn't directly experiencing it as my physical body or avatar, and I wasn't actually hurt. All the sensations lasted for less than a second. It was more like a sampler plate of experiences that was being shown, to indicate that they are all part of the same life and are equally valuable. I was being taken on a tour of the universe, infinity, the looping nature of life, and what the human experience is made from. After many such incredibly beautiful visions that seemed to overlay and occupy my entire visual field, surely not fully conscious of everything around me that I would be normally conscious of when sober, my consciousness zoomed with a magical whooshing sound back into my body on Earth, and I found myself walking alone without Haim at sunset, about 2 hours after my last memory together with him. All I remembered was walking with him near another lake. Then I regained consciousness next to my current location again. I had no memory of how I got there, but I was already walking when I regained consciousness. I wasn't sure if I was in the same reality as before, as I just experienced and explored many different timelines. Did people still speak English and French, I wondered. I walked into a bar, gave everyone a bonjour, and luckily they seemed to all speak French. I wished them a good evening and started walking again, wondering where Haim was and how to find him. I thought he might have gone back to my apartment, so I walked home. I was still unsure if I was in another reality where someone else was renting my apartment, so when I successfully entered and it was our stuff, it was a relief. I didn't find Haim in the apartment, so I decided to sleep and wait for him. I woke up at 5 AM the next morning, still dark outside, and decided to go outside to find him. We had slept 2 nights ago directly on the moss in a beautiful forest meadow close by, and my intuition told me he might be there again. I walked for 30 minutes and arrived at the meadow but saw nothing. I called out Haim's name, expecting nothing, and was shocked and relieved to hear, "Jason!" All the stuff, my back, and Haim was there, healthy and just fine. I asked him what happened to me after my memory ended near the lake, and apparently I was responding and speaking still after that point, but eventually we were only communicating telepathically. Or at least, Haim was trying to do so. In an attempt to pick up on what he thought was my telepathic communication, Haim laid down in the nearby meadow and closed his eyes. I kept on letting go of my backpack and dropping it on the ground as if I didn't need it, and I walked off alone. Then, we both had our own solo experiences and met afterwards. The main learnings and takeaway from the experience are these. If I consumed this mushroom again, I would always have an experienced trip sitter in a controlled environment to stay safe, especially with higher doses like mine, where I was having out-of-body experiences for hours at a time, but apparently still walking around and interacting with the world. The mushroom has had no negative effects or after effects on me so far. The light and pleasant, focused feeling on all levels has remained to a lesser degree, even 3 days afterwards. I feel more connected to myself and the rest of the world, and shed a lot of fear after experiencing the nature of our reality. There is always free will, meaning you can always make a choice. That is your birthright. Love is God, and God is love. And whatever seems to be happening, the underlying truth is always love, and its inevitable consequence will always be love as well. There is a lot that needs to be experienced to be understood, especially when it comes to this mushroom. And finally, if I want to live a life of a certain essence, I need to consciously take action and let go of anything that is not part of that essence. Only then will it manifest. Phase analysis. Timeline of the mushroom's effects. First phase. After consumption of raw, fresh, 1 day old after picked, kept outside in paper bag, Amanita muscaria mushrooms, a gentle, gradual sleepiness occurs within 30 minutes. Seemingly no matter the time of the day. We became tired at 12 noon after a restful night's sleep, and no tiredness at all before taking the mushrooms. A 2-hour plus nap with visions, and the mushroom clearly communicating. Second phase. Woke up after 2-hour nap with a feeling of effortless weightlessness in the physical, emotional and mental bodies. Buzzing joy for no reason. Desire to use the body, work out, run, walk, hike, breathe, do yoga. Until now, no urine has been consumed after consuming the mushrooms. At this point, we peed out around 300 to 400 milliliters and drank it immediately before starting to hike. Third phase. Within 30 minutes of drinking our urine, the weight of our backpacks and bodies became meaningless, and I felt like I was no longer controlled and a slave to my bodily sensations, but I was controlling it externally, and it was a tool to be in and accomplish whatever I liked. Bodily needs and sensations became less prominent and urgent, as if their volume knobs were turned down to 1. If I chose to, I could focus on my level of hunger, thirst, warmth, cold, discomfort, comfort, pain, or any other sensation, but none of them could steal my attention from my top priority and focus, which is my intention for the present moment, of which the volume knob was turned permanently to 12, while all the possible distractions were turned to 1. It was as if I had a vibrating, prompting text box at the top of my vision, asking, "What is your intention?" And I was fully engaged with whatever I chose to put my focus on. I was zigzagging a little bit occasionally as I walked and wasn't focusing on my path fully. Fourth phase. About 1 hour after we drank our urine, I felt a feeling of connection and telepathy with everything and everyone, and began to see the underworkings of our universe. I experienced other people's experiences simultaneously with my own, still being conscious of my avatar and all its senses. It felt like the ultimate playground, and I felt immense gratitude for having chosen to inhabit my body in this time and place. And I was sure that I am an infinite soul that has chosen this particular experience. All is one. Interesting note. Our pupils were not dilated at all in this state, and perhaps even more narrow than normal. Fifth phase. About 90 minutes after drinking our urine, I started having visions of infinity, unity, the nature, inherent beauty, humour of our universe, all possibilities happening infinitely and simultaneously, and all different possible layers of our human experience and the experience of all beings and things. Important. I was not aware of my physical body and where I was walking, and during this entire phase I was indeed walking and interacting with the world, but not conscious of it. This entire fifth phase period was a blackout period for my awareness of my actual physical body on Earth, before I entered my human body and consciousness again in the sixth phase. Sixth phase. About 3.5 hours after drinking our urine, with a deep and whimsical whooshing and jingling noise inside my head, my consciousness came back to my human body as I was walking along a lakeside. It was as if I just hit restore save game in a video game, and I instantly teleported to that moment. I had no memory of anything even seconds earlier, and the earliest memory I had, judging by the sun, was around 2 hours ago walking together with Haim, my trip partner. In between, I had no memory, and I was now alone and without my backpack. In retrospect, this period of time was taken up by my fifth phase visions, but when I regained consciousness I didn't realise that those visions were inside time and didn't remember them. It felt more like a blackout. This was disconcerting because I didn't know what happened, and I was slightly worried about Haim, and I wasn't sure if the reality I was in now was the same one I started in. I wondered if people still spoke French and English, and even if my apartment was still mine or had someone else occupying it. Luckily, I was still in the same universe or timeline, and we found each other again. I was still feeling the same abilities and in the same state as the third phase. I fell asleep for a few hours, dreamt very vividly, and woke up a few hours later. Seventh phase. After waking up from a short nap, 9 to 10 hours after drinking our urine, the sensations from the third phase were about 50% intensity, although still very pleasant. Eighth phase. 12 to 16 hours in, the effects are mostly gone, with clear memory and awareness of that heightened and focused flow state that I plan on referencing every day to get closer and closer to it in my natural state with no external substances. Summary. This mushroom must be extensively researched, 100% properly identified, and read about by the person eating it before deciding to take it or not, as anyone could have a very bad experience if they are not prepared for what it has to offer, or even take the wrong mushroom. Expectation management is key, and everyone is responsible for their own life, health, and choices. Sedona Sunshine, an Allad trip report by MDon, posted to earwid.org August 31st, 2013. Note: I had no recollection of time throughout this experience, so I'll just describe the night as I remember it. I had taken one blotter about a month before this and had a very nice experience, one that I thought was worth a trip report. Well, being in Sedona, one of the most spiritual places in the country, on top of taking a higher dose, gave me an experience I will never forget. Myself and 4 friends were on a backpacking trip in Sedona, and we arrived at the national park at about 5 PM after driving 40 minutes on a dirt road. We were anxious to trip while the sun was still up, so we rushed to our hike. After about 45 minutes of hiking, my friend T, remember, friend T is tripping, and I dropped 1.5 blotters each. We continued to find a good place to set up our tents. 30 minutes later, we've arrived at a perfect clearing with beautiful views of the red rocks and horizon for the sunset. I'm starting to feel spacey, and I start to get a little nervous. I haven't even become acclimated to our campsite yet, and I'm already starting to come up hard. Somehow, I set up my tent, and I look to my friend T. With an uncomfortable look on his face, he says, "I don't even know how you did that, I'm tripping balls." This was T's first time trying a psychedelic drug, and I was somewhat nervous for him and how he would handle it. Naturally, I start to worry a bit after seeing the look on his face. I decide to remove myself from the campsite that there is literally nothing to do at, so that I can enjoy my trip and come up in peace. I start to walk up this red rock hill looking for a place to meditate. There is no comfortable place to sit anywhere. I keep walking, thinking to myself, oh come on, you're tripping acid in Sedona. The universe is going to give you a perfect spot to sit. Sure enough, there is a single flat rock that looked comfortable to sit on, with 2 little flowers growing on each side of it. I shit you not. I sit down and start to focus on my breathing. Instantly, I'm in another world. My thoughts are so deep and complex that I completely separate from reality. I snap back, and I bring back a deep vibrating sound that continues around me. It was kind of a whoop, whoop, whoop sort of vibration. And I thought to myself, it's the earth. Sure enough, I hear a higher pitch vibration, and I knew instantly that it was mine. I open my eyes, and for the first time ever, I see patterns. It was beautiful. I'd read so much about psychedelics and about people's experiences that I thought I understood what it meant to see patterns. But nah, experiencing them for myself was surreal. I saw the flower of life creating a dome around me, along with fractals and many other geometric shapes. They didn't look solid, but almost holographic. The sky was purple, and the orange of the sunset was created by each colour of the spectrum, and I could see it all. In this moment, it felt like the weight of the universe was being pushed in on me all at once. It was very intense, and I actually couldn't move. I'm convinced that the chemical is only half of the reason I'm tripping my balls off right now. The other half is the landscape. Sedona is the most spiritual place in our country, with high electromagnetic energy, energy vortexes, and twisting juniper trees. This is so intense because this land is so high in energy, I'm convinced. I hear my friends M and T coming up the hill looking for me. They sound very worried. I called them over and the look on T's face hasn't changed much. He is able to laugh at things but would regain that nervous look quite often. The sun was going down, so we walked back to the campsite. Light is bouncing off of all the little plants on the ground, making everything look spiky, a bit like a cactus. When we get back to the campsite, we face the same problem again. An empty space with nothing to do in it. I begin to try and explain the experience I just had to my friend and find that I cannot. I'd get halfway through a sentence and my mind would be 10 steps ahead. It was rather frustrating. I look to T again and ask him what he's seeing. Dude, how are you even holding a conversation? I don't even know how you're doing it. I need to just go trip in the tent. I reckon I'll feel better in there, he said. I joined him. We sat in the tent and tried to gather our thoughts. My consciousness leaves my body twice. My head would just float into empty space, and when I would come back to reality, I literally had to check if I'd shit myself. That's enough of that, I say to myself while I get out the tent. At this point, I'm pretty sure I've taken too much, and I'm not going to have a good trip whatsoever, because up until now it was just so much to handle. I started to become anxious, so I grabbed a glow stick out of my pack. My friend B makes a toy out of it for me and starts to swing it around in circles very fast. B, you have no idea what you're actually creating right now, I said to him. At this point, I was not amused by the trails of the glow stick. I was amused by the patterns that were being created on the inside of the circle. It was a very vivid flower of life that became more complex when he would spin it fast and became simpler when he would spin it slowly. After T and I had enough of the trippy green light, we looked up at the sky. It was the clearest we have ever seen the Milky Way. At this moment, T and I both broke out of our intense come-ups and were peaking. All we just wanted to do right now was go back up on that hill and stare at the stars. The Milky Way was so clear to me that it looked as if someone had been holding a flashlight behind it and was even moving it around, which allowed me to see each section of it in great detail. We walked up the same hill I'd meditated on and started taking open exposure pictures of the stars. And after about an hour or so of talking about life, existence, materialism, perception, pretty much anything, I took the greatest picture of the stars. This sheer beauty helped me come to realize, with the help of M and T, the most beautiful life realization I could have come to. To top it off, there were 2 consecutive shooting stars. I started sobbing. I honestly couldn't help it. I'd never been so content, so sure, so happy, so amazed in my life, and for all of it to happen at once was honestly incredible. It was the single greatest moment of my life, and I genuinely couldn't believe it. It was as if my entire life had come full circle, and there was nothing else except that very moment. Unfortunately though, the realization will be kept between M and T and the ones closest to me, because it was far too life-changing and so very personal. After another hour of talking with M and T, we heard a disturbing noise come from towards the campsite. It honestly sounded like a dying animal. The sound recurred 3 more times, and we decided we should go make sure our 2 other friends were alright. We never found out what the sound was, but at this point, we were coming down after what felt to be about 6 hours of a trip. Before getting into our tents, T and I just stood there in silence, trying to piece together what happened those few hours. It was hard to think anymore. Our brains felt like a library with no books left to read. So, we get into our sleeping bags and pass out easily. Waking up the next morning was great. We watched the sunrise over the mountains, cleaned up the campsite. Feeling refreshed and in a clear state of mind, the trip was honestly everything we had hoped. We hiked out and took one last look back on the canyon that had changed our lives, and then headed back. Complete Psychedelic Spiritual Harmony, an AMT trip report by Some Josh, posted to earwid.org February 8th, 2018. A few months before my experience, I tried AMT at least once. One 30mg pill, which disappointingly gave both my friend and me no effects whatsoever. Fast forward to the second time, and after a failed attempt at getting hold of some shrooms to have a fun-filled, psychedelic day round of friends, I suggested that we try AMT again, instead this time upping the dosage to 60mg, so to avoid any disappointment and have a real AMT day. I've never experienced any kind of trippy or psychedelic drug before, and after reading many reports and doing my research, I decided that AMT would be a good choice for a first-time psychedelic experience. The timing of this experience report will be a little vague, as the trip happened a while prior to writing, but I'll try to give some rough indication. The setting. It was a nice Saturday afternoon, and the plan was to chill around a friend's free house all day. A nice safe haven with some great company to trip in, and just take some AMT and see where it took us. There were 5 of us taking it all together. Myself, J, C, T, and later that evening we were joined by Zed. We never really planned to venture outside, and for the most part stayed indoors, dressed in stupid onesies or coats, etc. True psychedelic gear, I must say. A fun day was surely ahead of us. T equals 3 PM. Me, JC, and T each took the 30mg pills. There was no going back now. We were all in high spirits, having a laugh, and was just chilling, waiting for something to happen. Knowing that any effects of AMT can take quite a while to arise, I was surprised that nausea had kicked in for all but me around T plus 25 minutes, with onset rapidly approaching. J and T even ended up vomiting, a phase which does eventually pass. I told them that it sucks, but at least you know it's working. Nothing for me yet though. But the rest of the guys were beginning to start feel quite speedy and somewhat hyped, all laughing and reveling and putting some music on to dance to, etc. I was in the toilet while they were all outside listening to music and whatnot. Here, I started to notice some kind of effect. Very, very mild and barely noticeable. I wasn't sure whether the light shining through a purple vase on the windowsill looked or seemed any different to normal. Anyway, I was starting to feel what I can only describe as a very slow growing sense of increased contentment. I knew something was going to happen, and I felt good about it. T plus 45 minutes. I joined the others and they seemed to be coming up a lot quicker than I was. Very speedy and chatty and acting stupid. They started to comment on some mild visuals, and at this point I was starting to feel mild effects of the drugs as well. Mild disorientation, increased energy, hearing that they were getting mild visuals. Yep, that poster of Jimi Hendrix just winked. He just winked at me, I swear. I decided to cover my eyes to see if there were any cool closed-eye visuals going on, and to my surprise, there were. Something I'd never experienced properly before, so I found it very cool. An interesting note. I was seeing some nice colours and patterns, but the main bulk of what I was seeing was all seeing eyes, dollar signs, stars of David, etc. Which is strange, as people always comment on how psychedelics can be tools to unlock knowledge and connect with arcane realms and dimensions, etc. And it made me think of that sort of thing. Obviously, because I've seen and been subject to these images and their meanings before, I may be conditioned to perhaps see these sort of things if I'm tripping. Be interesting to see if anything similar happens with someone who has no knowledge of these symbols and their meanings. T plus 1 hour. All of us were starting to come up properly now. Not being able to keep still, we decided to go downstairs to put some more music on and go outside for a cigarette. So with some good loud music on, the speedy hyper feelings continued. Visuals were starting to become more prominent now. Watching the trees in the garden swaying in the wind was very fun indeed. T was commenting on how fascinating and alluring a fence panel seemed to him. No, I just saw an eagle on there, I swear. It was definitely beginning. C was saying how it's like all the best traits of different drugs rolled into one. The disorientation from Ket, the speediness of MDMA, the laughter and visuals of shrooms and LSD. Little did we know, there was still so much more fantastic times to come. The visuals at this point weren't too intense, but definitely noticeable. Lights and colours seemed more lucid, and if you concentrated enough, everything had a definite wave to it. After smoking, we retreated inside to listen to some music in the living room. I chose a song to listen to, called To Reprise, the James Cleaver Quintet. This was a short, powerful, classical-esque piece. We all laid on the floor close to each other, eyes closed, listening in awe to the sheer beauty and intensity of this song. The drug had taken its hold, and was creating a whole new listening experience. When it finished, we were all left astonished. At that point, it had truly begun. That song was the definitive come-up song. T plus 1 hour and 30 minutes. It must be said that this drug definitely goes through stages, and after we'd established that we'd all come up properly, we were still in the speedy elevated mood, vivid colours stage, and were having a lot of fun dancing to some Rodrigo Gabriela. In the kitchen, we were all singing and playing guitar. The AMT had actually made us all into better singers. It was breathing life into us. Each of us company that we were enjoying was enhanced tenfold. It was quickly becoming unanimous that it was one of the best drugs we'd ever taken, and there was still so much to come. It was strange because I made a few films on my phone, and whilst doing so thought watching these videos later is just not going to be the same thing. At many times throughout the experience, I stopped to comment that behind this wondrous curtain of psychedelia was just 4 guys fucking around in a house. To an outsider, it must look so strange. I'm quite an analytical person, and think about things a lot, which is probably why I thought this, but it didn't detract from the experience at all. Just something I hadn't experienced before, and found funny to think about. T plus 2 hours. Visuals were coming ever more present now. Each trip to the toilet, it became increasingly more difficult to aim, because there were so many fantastic sparkling colours and patterns in the way of the visual field. We were all still loving it and having a great time. Unlike other drugs, this one has more than one plateau, with effects lasting for so long. Each part of the experience gets to a certain point and stays that way for a while. Then it gets a bit more intense or changes and carries on. Depending on what you're doing as well, can completely change the entire scope of how you feel or what's going on. Even though everything seemed amazing, colours everywhere, throughout the whole experience all of us were completely coherent. If you concentrate or go off on your own, you can lose yourself in complete bliss. It is amazing, but we all still managed to stay completely with it and chat and carry on as normal whenever we wanted. As me and Jay are oddly similar, a lot of times when we were sitting and chilling, I'd look at him and his face would morph and even look a bit more like mine. It was as if I was able to see with new eyes, from a completely new view and way. The similarity between us personified within my friend. Such a freaky sight to behold, but extremely cool at the same time. T plus 4 hours. Not even halfway through the experience, we were all in full swing. Now, things were really going on, and we'd start to notice new traits and things about DMT. The way it affected us seemed to reflect each of our personalities or what we wanted out of the drug. I was getting in my own little world. C was all hyped up and loving life. J was chilling about, and T was just, well, T. Another great and strange aspect was when in a room with someone, sitting next to them or whatever, a lot of the time, you'd want to close your eyes and just take in the nice feeling and look at the extremely vivid closed-eye visuals. Without realising at first, the drug almost gives you a form of extra sensory perception. For me personally, it was strong. I could not only feel, but sense the people I was with. A lot of times, we'd say that after closing your eyes next to someone, upon opening them again, they were often across the room, or you opened them to find yourself in the room completely alone, even though you were certain you could feel them right next to you. I guess that's just the great energy us guys were giving off, right there with you. For me personally, this was one of the greatest aspects of the drug, which grew and changed throughout its course. This leads me to, hands down, easily the most profound spiritual experience of my entire life. We had a good set of iPod speakers, and C's phone was providing us with some excellent tunes, really nice bassy house and electro tunes that you could really feel and get into. As throughout the whole thing, we had a lot of energy and were always uplifted. It really was perfect. It added the perfect party-like vibe, while still being able to chill. As everything just looks beautiful and is intriguing, I often found myself doing normal things just to see what it was like under the influence, to try and gain new experiences. I found myself in the living room on my own. after opening my eyes, thinking I could feel the presence of the others in the room, to find no one was there once again. Liking the music that was playing, and feeling great overall, I decided to place my chin right on the side, with my face directly in front of the speakers, and I could feel the music. The bass was pushing the air from the speaker onto my face, and with each burst it gave a feeling of sweet ecstasy, somewhat similar to doing the same thing on MDMA, but, in my opinion, better. Not as intense and more controlled. Loving this, I decided to close my eyes and lose myself in the closed-eye visuals and just let the music take me. And it really was taking me. I started to meditate and thought I would just completely let go and wholly indulge myself into the heart of the experience. I can safely say it was probably one of the greatest ideas I have ever had. The bass of the music in my face, the closed-eye visuals, feelings I'd never experienced before in my entire life. This is where the drug plateaued again. I was completely lost in the experience, and it was also where the spiritual vibe truly blossomed. In this new realm, if you will, I felt completely connected. So many thoughts and experiences going through my head in flawless harmony. My soul was on fire. I could feel a definite presence right there with me, as though the entire room was filled with great, happy, warming energies, whether that be from all my loved ones, from the guys, or something that was just there, right there with me, giving me a spiritual pat on the back per se. Not something physically felt, but a feeling I cannot describe that I have never managed to have felt before. At that moment, everything just seemed to make sense. What psychedelic drugs were all about, the places they can take you, how in everyday life, people, through their own means, can find and replicate this kind of feeling. I felt truly astonished and enlightened. I've never considered myself a spiritual person, and never have I truly felt presences or auras, which is partly why I was so amazed and delighted with these newfound feelings the drug had given me. I was so glad that it allowed me to experience something completely new and actually given me insight into spirituality and the way some people, example religious ones, feel, and some of the great things they can experience. I hope to remember this for the rest of my life. T plus 5 hours. Chapter 7. The laser pen again, men. After this amazing experience in front of the speakers, I felt an immense need to go and tell the guys, not in a forced, urgent way like on MDMA, or just because what had happened was so incredible. So I went upstairs to find Jay and C on the PC listening to Enya, while Jay was telling a made-up story to go with the music. C had managed to delve into this experience and was in literal fits of ecstasy on the floor. He described it as one of the most beautiful moments of his year. I told T to try out the experience I had, and afterwards he said he had a pretty sick time too. Much time passed with us mainly wandering around or just spending time chatting and joking around, listening to music or finding interesting things to do and look at. Visuals always remaining a main feature, and if anything going through waves and getting stronger. It dawned upon me now that this was an excellent time to get my laser pen out of my bag. This is no ordinary laser pen, mind you. This thing is 6 inches long and very powerful. I brought it especially as I knew it would be an excellent tool to have whilst on a psychedelic. Again, what follows was the second most profound experience on the drug, but easily the most visually profound. The downstairs bathroom was small and dark enough, with the door closed, that I could get a little light show going on in there. And oh my god, sitting on the toilet with the seat down shining this thing about was one of the most incredible things I've ever had the pleasure of seeing. I spent at least 5 minutes in there just playing around with this thing, a beacon from the gods, making waves with it. Watching the bright green line bounce and refract off things was honestly like nothing I'd ever seen before. I think the deprivation of the senses, added with this trippy tool, intensifies the experience immensely. The spaced out buzz was much more in the dark toilet, so much so that when I finally stepped out of the toilet it was the only point in the day where I felt out of it, albeit only for a few seconds. Speechless, I went into the living room to try and even begin to explain what had happened to me. I simply could not put it into words. Look at him, he's speechless. Get back in there and think about what you've done, C laughed. After spending more time toying about with the laser pen and immensely enjoying myself in the small dark toilet, I decided to get a drink, where I found Jay lounging about in the kitchen and urged him to come and see what I had discovered. Reluctantly, he followed me into the small, uncomfortable with 2 people, toilet room, and awkwardly sat down with me. not really being bothered at his slight "what the fuck are you doing?" as I knew he would soon forgive me. I began the light show, and all bother was washed away, and amazement was the key feature of the small bathroom from then on. Jay was equally amazed and in awe at the might of the laser pen. So much in fact, that it was a must that we bring C and T in on this with us. Squashed and cramped into the small space, with such a hype at the intensity of the laser pen, we began a little build-up. All being a little strange, we started making this weird build-up noise, and with enough tension, I unleashed the light, and we all sat in amazement for ages. "Nah, make some waves with it now. Oh, shine it on the tap. Oh my god, he's actually mad," etc., etc. There was a truly magical moment that I don't think any of us will be forgetting anytime soon in that bathroom. After a cigarette and probably a trip or two back into the light show closet, we spent the next few hours listening to music, playing with the laser pen, still rolling hard on this fantastic substance, with still many more hours of enjoyment to come. T plus 6 to 7 hours. After spending a lot more time doing pretty much nothing, we found out blowing smoke through the laser pen, so you can see the actual beam of it, was awesome as well. The smoke dancing around the small pillar of green light was so intriguing, as there were patterns within it and the visible flecks of dust sparkled and glittered as well. Much time was spent listening to music and doing that, all still unanimous on the fact that we were also coherent and could chat away to our heart's content, and trip major ballsack as much as you want to. Soon after, Zed finally arrived. I could barely say hello, as I was too far in with the laser pen still. I later broke free and said hello properly. We were all chilling in the kitchen, explaining how amazing we all felt, and what a sweet day we'd been having. The colours, the patterns, the heightened sense of spirituality, the amalgamation of all the characteristics of different drugs in one. It was definitely a bit too late in the day to dose in my opinion, but Zed wanted to join in on the fun, so he opted for 30 milligrams, just to see what he was saying, which wasn't as bad to be honest. Time was spent chilling in the kitchen, just discussing the day's events, and spirits were high, conversation flowing, and soon Zed started to come up and go through the dreaded nausea stage. We all told them it's literally just a phase, and you feel so much better if you could just go to the toilet and let it do its thing. Soon after, you could tell that 30 milligrams was enough to feel it for Zed, as she had the puzzled, disorientated look on her face. She was definitely feeling how we were many hours prior. I wasn't sure whether she was actually enjoying it or not, being the type of person who wouldn't want anyone else to worry about her in case it ruined their fun. She just kept on smiling and nodding when we asked if she was okay. Having fun or not, she most certainly looked like she was looking at things from a different perspective and taking things in from a new angle. We later found out that she was in fact okay, but for whatever reason, the drug had taken her ability to speak and was much more content in listening to us guys chat nonsense and be idiots. So, a small negative note to comment on is the body load produced from AMT. Whilst it was mainly me who noticed anything, I kept getting this reoccurring chest pain, much like indigestion, but it came and went every now and then. Easily ignored, but still noticeable. Not something you particularly want when experimenting with research chemical, I must say. C complained of something similar, but more of a hunger pain. We figured they could have something to do with eating barely anything all day, so C and I tried to munch down a piece of toast, which leads me to my next point, dry mouth. Taking 20 minutes to eat a singular piece of toast is not ideal, especially when each bite just rolls into a ball and ends up like chewing gum at the back of your mouth. Hard to swallow due to lack of saliva as well. Had to do some gulps of water in between, and we managed it however. As AMT is a stimulant, I knew to take similar precautions as MDMA, so sipping water throughout the day, but even so there was a very high amount of fluid retention, and I was not suffering from the classic pilly willy, but I did find it extremely hard to piss. Definitely one to be careful with. Depending on what you're doing, you want to drink enough water but not too much, blah blah blah. T plus 8 to 12 hours. Although having more of an inward experience, Zed was now balls deep in AMT, and had settled in so everything turned back to normal, so to speak. A lot of time was spent alternating between smoking in the kitchen and lounging around listening to music and tripping out in the living room. Colours, visuals and headspace still super present. I remember trying to piss at one point and could barely aim into the toilet as there was so much in the way of my visual field. I was feeling more of a low light vibe. I felt colours were more present on the surfaces that way, and everywhere still looked like a disco. I remember doing the classic lying down and waving my hand in front of my face, happily staring at the rainbow-like traces it was producing. I figured now would be a great time to go stare at myself in the mirror, just to see what that gave me. It was weird and fun watching my face morph and change around in a whirlwind of colours, and thinking more in depth than ever that, well, this is how people actually perceive me. At one point, my face warped in such a way that I looked much like my brother. Having passed away, you'd think this would be a disconcerting sight. Yet it was quite the contrary. It made me think very warmly of him, that he was a part of me. That his death and the events that followed, however much they may have sucked, have made me into the man I am today, and how grateful I am for that. It was nice thinking of it in such a clear and bright way. A very sweet experience indeed. Zed was still chilling and much in her own little world. I was having a chat with her, trying to get a conversation flowing, still ever so slightly worried in case she was having a bit of a bad one and didn't want to say. I just asked her what her experience was like on half the dose. I was surprised to hear that visuals were hardly a thing for her, and it was more of a body high, a headspace. When I close my eyes, it feels like I'm at a party. She too was getting that feeling of presences with eyes closed, and said the general vibe was a really nice feeling. After probably the final peak, much to my dismay, for me there was a sudden drop in effects. I may have been just on the couch on my own listening to music and staring at stuff, but all of a sudden the visuals became slightly less intense. It was a bit sad because I missed them and wanted them back. But all good things must come to an end, I suppose. They were definitely still present, but just not as intense. I went into the kitchen and everyone said they felt similar. I found, however, that if you isolate it, example, go back into the dark toilet, and concentrate, you can bring it all back. What a great idea this was. With my quest to regain intensity of the feelings, I spent some time on my own in the living room in the dark with the laser pen listening to music, and it definitely helped. With visuals a bit less prominent, but still very much there, it was easier to focus on the feelings and headspace. I watched the iPod on the speakers spin round and change colour and shape, some kind of house music again. Whatever album art was on the screen, it was cool. I couldn't really make out what it was, but it almost looked like a little tribal mask type face thingy. The music was amazing. I was getting so into it, just watching it change shape, shining the laser pen about. I felt like it too had a presence. It was a being of sorts. I felt as if it was almost trying to convey a message to me. I was concentrating and listening so hard, getting so deep, but I just couldn't decipher what it was trying to say. I was so sure it did have something to say, however, but what it was, well, I'll never know. I remember sitting on the toilet again with the laser pen, just staring at the floor, pointing the pen at the door, in tempo with the music, and I shot a short pulse of the laser against the door, illuminating that area. This led to a beautiful wave of pixelated colour, rippling and falling down all around me with every push of the button. I could have sat there for hours watching these multicoloured waves that seemed just as intrinsic and in time as the sea. I think for me, this was the last truly astonishing visual of the whole trip. T plus 13 to 17 hours. With visuals merely lingering, now we thought it was a great time to crack out the weed. This definitely brought the feelings back and made the visuals more present too. It gave them new quality. They were more intricate now. Things waving about had minute patterns and details on closer inspection, which were a nice addition. One of the greatest features of the drug for me now was the heightened sense of spirituality it gave me. All getting deep on the convo, I felt like I could listen with more intent than I ever had before, and break down each sentence and conversation, and see the meaning behind it and what it truly meant, and why each person was saying it. I felt like in that kitchen, I was chilling with a bunch of personalities or auras. Although they were all there sitting in front of me, I felt more connected to each of them spiritually than I ever had with anyone in my life. A real insight for me, and such a sweet thing to have happened. I just wanted to tell them how I felt, and what kind of person they were, as this drug seems to make one's personality, or spirit in this sense, shine through, and also make it easier to pick up on. Sounds kinda lame, but it wasn't as forced and inappropriate as MDMA, more of an elated, spiritual high. With some doobies on the go, we all slowly descended into a madness of sorts. Being awake and tripping for so long was perhaps a bit taxing, and the weed made us all stupid and doped up, Conversation was turning to mush and mostly ended in hysterical laughter at absolutely nothing, which, to be honest, is always great fun. Although visuals were nearly non-existent, an oil painting on the wall of a flamenco woman, Smiley ducked back, was still constantly in motion, for all of us, constantly swaying and moving. Jay, whose house it was, had had the painting for years, and now Tripping had only just noticed that if you look at the painting in a certain way, notice that the hair and low-cut dress of the woman with her back looked just like a smiling duck. Something we all instantly picked up on and laughed for the remainder of the night. Finally, we decided it was time to pop some diazepam, listen to some music in the lounge, and then maybe think about bed. We decided to put on something chill and went with John Mayer's live album, Where the Light Is. The first few tracks were acoustic, and having never heard the album, it was one of the most magical things I've ever listened to. Being a great album overall anyway, and a highly talented singer, AMT just made it that bit more phenomenal. The songs were utterly awe-inspiring, like nothing I'd ever heard. It was actually almost like being at an actual gig, listening to the most beautiful singing ever. The sun was slowly rising on a crisp, clear autumn day. We all bid each other good night, or morning, and got into bed, with effects barely lingering. It was one of the most beautiful sunrises I'd ever seen. I really did want to stay up and watch it, but, well, I knew it'd be a silly idea, and we had to close the blinds anyway. The 20 to 30 milligram diazepam helped, but sleep was still difficult to achieve, although not impossible. And thus ended one of the greatest days I've ever had. Conclusion. Well, what can I say? For a first-time psychedelic experience, it literally could not have gone better. AMT all now sits very high atop our favourites list. The length of the drug can be an on and off selling point. A full day is needed, and preferably a day off the next day. Thankfully for us though, we all awoke the next day after 8 hours sleep feeling fresh and enlightened, with no signs of a come down. The fact that this is so intense, but allows me to remain as coherent as I want, in my opinion, makes it a fantastic first-time psychedelic.